Good morning to all our viewers. Thank you for joining us on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. We are here for round 2 encounter in the CWI Rising Stars Men Under 17 Championship. Queen's Park Cricket Club, the home of Brian Lara, as the first ball is about to get underway. And news from the toss as Daniel Holder starts up the attack for Trinidad and Tobago from the media center end, the northern end of the ground. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss. Salim Khan calling, well, the new captain for today, Parmeshwar Ram, calling incorrectly. Salim Khan deciding that they wanted to bowl first. There is some weather around here in the north part of Trinidad and Tobago, but currently it's brilliant sunshine out here at the Queen's Park Oval. And Holder to continue. Down the leg side, we'll give you the lineups for the two teams as well. And Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and opting to bowl first. The lineup: Salim Khan, captain; Adi Ramsaran, Roberto Badri, Raid Ali Khan, Christian Lal, Daron Danraj. Eden Owen misses out today. Sion Charles, Cristiano Ramnanan, the wicketkeeper. Solder continues. Outside the off stump and no run. Ronaldo Fornilier. Amit Pittiram misses out today. Daniel Holder, currently opening the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago. And Darius Batusing. It's the lineup for Trinidad and Tobago. And out in the middle is the captain of the Guyana team, Parmeshwar Ram. And we'll let you know that Romario Ramdahal is out sick. And it is the captain facing up, taking over the captaincy, facing the first ball of the day, the all-rounder Parmeshwar Ram. And Romario Ramdahal missing out, as we mentioned. Richard Ramdahal, Lomar Sicharan, the youngster, Gibran Yakub, Emmanuel Lewis, Adrian Hetmeyer, Shamar Apple, the Centurion in the last game, Dave Mohabir, and Fiaz Bash coming in to the team today, replacing Navindra Sankar, Mika Amsterdam, and Darwin Joseph. So the field set in this first over for Daniel Holder. There are 2 slips a gully. They're employing a third man on the boundary, a backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket. So just 2 fielders on the onside in this first over. And the 2 umpires for this game. Presiding umpire from the northern end, Johan Williams from St. Lucia. Short delivery, pulled away, it's up in the air, and he was set a bit deep. The throw comes into the non-strikers and just forcing the batsman to hurry. He was just ambling through for that single. Ram, he was a bit deep there at mid-wicket and landing in front of him, just about 25 yards. Short pitch delivery from Holder. The first over comes to an end with 1 run on the board off of the last delivery of the over from Daniel Holder. And half chance created with a short pitch bowling, testing out the middle of the pitch as the first over comes to an end. And the other umpire who's going to be operating now from the pavilion end, out of Berbice, Imran Mokan, out of Berbice in Guyana. And Ronaldo Fornilier is going to take up the attack from that southern end. So he's going to have 3 slips. Just wait as the fielders settle in the outfield. Might just be 2 slips and a gully. Salim Khan at first slip. Fornilia to start. Another short delivery. We saw a couple short deliveries from Daniel Holder to start. Start off the Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack, and Fornilia with a short pitch delivery into Ram. Probably eager because of the chance created in the last over of the last delivery, trying to pull one angled into the body of Ram and hurried him a bit and ballooned into the air. And the man was sitting a bit deep at mid-wicket, could not come in time to take the catch. Good start here already from Fornilia. First slip is Ali Khan. Darius Batu Singh, he's in the second slip. And Christian Lal in that gully position. Dhiran Danraj at backward point. Down the leg side. The opening pair for Guyana, Parmeshwar Ram and the youngster Lomar Sicharan. Can do the wicket keeping duties as well. He's been very impressive, this youngster. He's listed as 13 years of age before coming into this tournament. Three fielders on the one side for Fornilia as compared to Holder. So good delivery here, goes past the outside edge. You expect to get some movement here early morning at the Queen's Park Oval. There was some cloud around earlier on, and some dark clouds as well, and there was rain in the northern hills and mountains just to the back of us here at the media center end. But so far rain hasn't fallen here at the Oval, luckily, so we're able to get off to a prompt start at 10 a.m. So trying to maximize whatever conditions out there with a new ball on the first morning of day one. Reminding our viewers, it's a 2-day affair for this under 17 Rising Star Championship. And the other games taking place, Barbados is taking on Jamaica, and the Leeward Islands are doing battle against the Windward Islands. Jamaica and the Windward Islands first inning points in their last game in round 1. And this one comes back in, and the keeper not able to hold on. That was quite nippy from Fornilia, diving away to his right. It was wicketkeeper Ramnanan. Got a glove to it and couldn't quite hold it in. No run as the over comes to an end, and one without loss after 2. And I have to say it's a good stop. Daniel Holder to continue, second over. Again, that fielder is just about 28 yards from the boundary edge. He's gone to square leg now, to the left of the umpires. Holder charges in. A good looking delivery there, left alone. And so far the two opening bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago getting a little bit of movement with this new Duke's ball. Trinidad Trinidad and Tobago were up against Barbados in their last game, declared on 251 for 8. But it's an excellent delivery here. He's playing and missing outside the off stump. The left-handed holder is getting that ball. He's starting it around middle and off, and getting it to swing away to first slip. So a good start here by the two Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. Early days still on day one. It's a full toss, searching for that yorker, trying to keep that ball up to the bat. And Lamar Sicharan couldn't get it away, played it straight back down to mid-on, and no run. And that's another excellent delivery here. Two deliveries in this over from Holer, going past the outside edge, and it's pitching on about that off stump line and just swinging away. The two slips and a gully lie in wait. Lal is in the second slip, Christian Lal. Salim Khan in first slip, so just changing around Christian Lal from the gully in the last over, moving into that second slip position. When he starts it on the leg stump this time, it's going to be at least one run. And he turned down the second run as it was Danaraj coming around from all the way from behind the umpire at square leg to pick it up just in the mid-wicket region. A good look at the young leg spinner, son of Rajendra Danaraj, the infamous leg spinner for Trinidad and Tobago and West Indies. Left-arm orthodox spinner there on Danaraj. Quite the avid golfer as well. Again, he's on the leg stump. Danaraj is diving away to his right. Gets a hand onto it, able to knock it down. And they're going to come for two. To his weaker side, to his right. Got across, knocked it down. And 2 runs to Ram. Enough to prevent it from going for 4. Young diminutive spinner rising up in the ranks here in the Trinidad and Tobago youth format. Earlier on in the season, he had a 7-wicket haul for Central Zone against South back in March. 7 for 11 he had in his 10 overs in their 50-over zonal competition. Fonilia to continue on here against another youngster, Lamar Sicharan. And Danaraj in that game really propelled him into the limelight. There was already a spotlight on him at the under 15 level, participating in the zone as well for Presentation College Shogunas. But that 7-wicket haul really shot him up into the ranks. And here he is for Trinidad and Tobago. As Fonilia to continue from the pavilion end. It's off the outside edge and knocked down in the gully. Lal has returned to the gully. Interesting. Batu Singh is in the second slip now. So Lal opts for second slip with the left-handed bowling of Daniel Holder from the media center end, but returns to a gully position for the right-handed Fonilia. Both batters are left-handers out there. Nice piece on the delivery from Ronaldo Fonilia. youngster currently with the Defence Force team here in Trinidad and Tobago. He's bowling to the young Lomar Sicharan. He's all out attack here, Trinidad and Tobago. Short and cut away past the diving point fielder. It's going to go into the boundary for 4. First boundary on day 1 in the morning session for Guyana. Have another look at this shot here. Just a little too wide and too short. Giving some width there and pace. And cutting it down into the turf. It's gone into that Trini Posse area here at the Queen's Park Oval. Just embedded in the covers under the stands. So good start here as well from Guyana. 8 runs on the board in the 4th over. Speaking to the captain at the toss, Prameshwar Ram indicated that they would have batted first had they won the toss. So still getting to do what he wanted to do. So not just batting first, but thinking about the fact that they will get a bowl last on day 2. And he's cut again, but this time it's the Lal who takes it on the left thumb. It was traveling at pace. And straight to him, but on the bounce. No opportunity for a catch. And a bit closer on this occasion to the gully. But that line from Fonilia going across the left-hander was a bit too wide. We saw him bowl 1 delivery, so he's going to change to come right arm round the wicket now to the left-handed Sicharan, who's on 5 with that boundary. So he's looking to get that ball to tail into the left-hander. And this one he's driving, and it goes between the first slip, Batu Singh and Lal at gully. And it'll travel into the boundary again. It's all along the carpet. So dealing in boundaries here, the youngster. Look at it here, pitched up on this occasion and driving. And it's a controlled drive with a bit of an open face of the bat. And with the new Duke's ball fresh and new on a brand new surface here on the first day, that ball is going to speed away across this quick Queen's Park outfield. And Lal just indicating if they want to make a change in the field to the captain. He's asking for Nelia if he wants the 3rd slip, and in agreement is Ronaldo. So Lal goes into 3rd slip. Danraj comes a bit finer at backward point. So changing the field with those 2 boundaries. And this is a better line and length, and it's gone between the cap just where Lal was. Danraj can't hold it in from backward point. And 3 boundaries in the over, back-to-back boundaries here. You can see Lal just wiping the sweat off his brow and initiating that change from gully to 3rd slip. And another controlled shot using the pace of Fonilia and just forward defensive this time, but opening the bat face to guide it in that new gap between 3rd slip and backward point, and neither Danraj or Lal could haul it in. It was traveling with a lot of pace to the boundary. And Fonilia has now gone for 12 after 2 overs. And Lomar Sicharan goes on to 13. Score 16 without loss after 4. Ram at the other end, not out on 3. He's faced 13 deliveries. So after a maiden from the first over from Ronaldo Fonilia, got 1 delivery in particular that swung back into the left-hander between bat and pad. Trying to repeat it in that over. Hold on now to continue. Ronaldo trying to repeat that type of a delivery. He was firstly over the wicket and thought that he was giving too much room wide outside the off stump going across the left-hander. Decided to come around the wicket. but couldn't quite get it close enough or even to get that ball to angle back into the left-hander, and provided some room and width outside the off stump. And Lamar Chicharan was equal to the task and got himself 3 boundaries. Loud appeal here, this time not out, says umpire Williams. And that delivery from Holder. We saw about 3 deliveries that was angled into the pads in the last over. And again here, and that's a good shout. Very interesting. He was forward. We'll have another look at that replay when time permits. And Holder bailing out. Just to usher in that replay for us to have another look at it. And disappointed. It looked a good shout. But the ball is moving around. He is to try again. So he's adjusted his line. A couple deliveries was angled into the pads and heading down the leg side. He is getting that ball to go left to right on your screen, heading toward the first slip. So if he does strike the batsman in front of the stumps, the umpire has to decide if it's going to swing and miss off stump. He has to look at height as well. And he is getting significant movement here. The young man. Just digs one in short for good measure. Add a variation in this over. So a couple things for the umpire to consider with that LBW shout. And deciding in the batsman's favour. Probably height as well coming into question, as he was well on the front foot. Looking to get a stride down the pitch. The captain Parmeshwar Ram. He's on 3, facing 17 deliveries so far. 16 without loss in the 5th over. And he's playing and missing outside the off stump, drawing him forward and getting that movement away. Goes through to the wicket keeper and creating a couple opportunities. Have a look at this again. It's wide outside the off stump and a big booming drive from Ram, as opposed to what we saw from Sucharan in the over off of Funili. Of course, this ball is leaving the left-handed Ram outside the off stump. Well, he's on the line of the stumps again. Bit of a slower delivery this time. Throwing the batsman forward. End of the over. 5 gone. 16 without loss. Lamar Chicharan, he's on 13. And a good over there from Holder. And his first maiden of the morning. And inducing a couple fall shot. One good LBW appeal turned down by umpire Johan Williams from St. Lucia rather. Beg your pardon. Johan Williams from St. Lucia. The other umpire presiding from the pavilion in the Brian Lara Pavilion, and Imran Mokan from Berbice in Guyana. And if you ever ran into umpire Mokan, you won't be leaving without a smile on your face or having laughed a couple times, for those who know him. Very jovial guy indeed. But it's serious matters out there now. If they've employed a 3rd man in that of the fast bowler Daniel Holder, so he's going to be 3 slips, a 3rd man, and Danraj at backward point. So they've taken out the fine leg as Fornelia returns to over the wicket, right arm. Short, and it's guided down into that gap. And that man will come into your frame. Holder just put into that position where the last 3 boundaries went off of the previous over of Funili. He started off with a maiden and was struck for 3 boundaries off the bat of Lamar Chicharan. in that third man area. There was some juggling around between the slips and gully. And Lal moving from gully to third slip. So they've made adjustment, a good adjustment to the field, has to be said, as Ram is on strike. Playing a miss outside the stump, a loud appeal, and the man from Guyana gives the decision. It's a fine edge through to the wicket keeper. Ramnanan and Trinidad and Tobago get their first wicket with the score on 17. The captain is going to have to go. He's out caught behind for 3, and he was stuck a little bit there off of 17 deliveries. And getting the outside edge for Neilio, coming back strongly in this over. He was struck for 3 boundaries in the last over. And have a look at this again, drawing Ram into the drive. He played a booming drive a couple times, play and miss. But on this occasion, gets the outside edge. And the Guyana captain has to go. So a good comeback over here from Fonilier. Making the adjustment, drawing the line of the delivery closer to that 4th stump and off stump line, inducing the outside edge. And the first wicket for Trinidad and Tobago. And certainly the captain, Salim Khan, will be happy with that. Into the 6th over of the morning, winning the toss and opting to bowl first. Guyana just pushed on the back foot now with the loss of their captain. And the new batsman coming out to the middle, Richard Ramdahal, the younger brother of Romario. Remind our viewers that he's just out ill and hasn't even made it to the ground. He is back at the hotel in Couva, I believe, Metro. And just under, the doctors are keeping a close eye on him. And we wish him a speedy recovery, the captain of the Guyana team. And in the meantime, the vice captain has assumed duties. Parameshwar Ram, and coming out to open the batting. And already losing a first wicket, Guyana. He faced 20 deliveries. And played and missed a few times outside the off stump. Until one finally got a faint outside edge. So the right-handed Ramdahal comes into strike. Lomar Shicharan not out on 14 at the opposite end and looking good. 3 slips. He's leaving alone outside the off stump, and the wicketkeeper taking it on his left-hand side. 1 step across as well, indicating that that ball came back, and you could just see all the Trinidadians then now just gathering around the stumps, just encouraging Fonilier. Nice wrist snap from the bowler there, and that ball angling in. It was well left outside the off stump on replay. You could see that ball was wide outside the off stump. But just the reaction of the Trinidad players, creating some doubt in the mind of Richard Ramdahal. He just looked at his feet position after he left it alone. He's trying to reassess if it was a good decision, and it was. And again leaves alone outside the off stump, diving across his Ramner, and he gets a hand to it. And the third man in place as it goes through first slip and the wicket keeper, and cannot get around the holder from that third man position. It raced across this quick Queen's Park outfield and into the boundary for 4. So it's the 4th boundary conceded. Well, in fact, it's byes. So he didn't get anything onto it or nothing onto the pad. He left it alone outside the off stump. So 3 boundaries conceded in the last over and 1 going through the wicket keeper and first slip. He's bowling with good pace here is Ronaldo Fonilier. And Cristiano Ramnanan certainly has his hands full behind the stumps. Good looking drive here from Ramdahal. Richard Ramdahal reminding you. And no run. 21 for 1. 1 delivery to come. So 5 runs in the over. Just 1 run off the bat and a wicket for Fonilier. He will certainly be incentivized by picking up that wicket after being struck for 3 boundaries. So there is Salim Khan indicating to Ronaldo that he's dropping the man out at square leg, and he's asking for that short pitch delivery from Ronaldo. So we're going to see a short delivery here. Digs it in, through to the wicketkeeper. End of the over, 21 for 1, 6 overs gone. And reminding you news from the toss, Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and opting to bowl first after 6 overs, 19 dot balls in 6 overs. And 1 wicket already down, the captain gone. Parmeshwar Ram for 3. Lomar Sicharan not out on 14, looking quite good, the youngster. Opening the batting for Guyana, as he did in that wrong 1 encounter against the Windward Islands. He got to 17 in that game before he was dismissed, and he looked quite good for that 17. Ram made 15 in that wrong 1 game against the Windward Islands, where they just narrowly missed out on getting to the Windward Islands total of 281 for 9 declared. They were dismissed for 264. Solder continues again. It's on the pads, and this time Danraj races in. He's not quite as deep, and as well he's in front of the umpire, forward of square and closer to the bat. Can't get the run on this occasion. Score remains on 21 for 1. In that game, Windward Islands getting first innings points at the National Cricket Centre against Guyana. So they were just 17 runs away from challenging that first inning score from the Windward Islands, who declared on 9 wickets. Hool is going to continue. There's a change in the field here. 2 gullies being employed, as well as a 3rd man and 2 slips. Those are the fielders behind point. 5 fielders in total. Starts again on middle and leg line. So he understands, Holder, that he is getting that ball to swing across the left-hander and leave the left-hander. And employing 5 persons behind point. And another loud shout, and yes, umpire William raises his hands, so Holder gets a wicket. Lomarsi Charan flirting outside the off stump. That ball has been swinging around and swinging away from the left-handers out there. And Trinidad and Tobago strikes again. This time Holder gets the wicket. Starts on that 5th stump line, and another big booming cover drive attempted by Sucharan. And on this occasion, gets the outside edge, goes through to wicketkeeper. Good catch by Cristiano Ramnanan. And Guyana lose their 2nd wicket with the score on 21. And the 2 openers are now back in the pavilion. So Guyana being sent in on the back foot now. And both opening bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago, Fornelier and Daniel Holder, striking early on in this piece. We're into the 7th over. And the wickets starting to fall here. We saw the adjustment as well, and Sicharan didn't take note of it. He was eyeing up that gap at cover because they put 2 slips in place. They added a 2nd gully. There was a man positioned as a 3rd man, and the youngster just have to go back in consultation with the coaching staff and just looking at that mode of dismissal from both openers, and with the ball moving around, particularly from the young Daniel Holder. And with that 5 persons behind point, you want to be very careful of playing that shot wide outside the off stump. And he was induced to play that cover drive by the additional fielder putting in the gully, creating a gap on the offside, and it could only find the outside edge. So the 2 opening batters, Parmeshwar Ram and Lomar Sicharan, are back in the Brian Lara Pavilion and out in similar modes of dismissal off of the outside edge through to the wicket keeper. New batsman out to face the over of holder Emmanuel Lewis. And this is the prospect here now, and we've seen it in other games with the left-handers operating in round 1, where the right-handers come in to strike, and holder is asking perhaps for an additional field on the onside, because he recognizes immediately that that ball is swinging into the right-hander, as we see more and more left-hand bowlers in this under 17 regional tournament, as well as the under 19 that took place back in July in St. Kitts. The left-handers looking to get that ball to tail in from off stump into the right-handers. Additional man taken out of slip on it, and Batu Singh is that man positioned at mid-wicket from second slip, as this one goes past the outside edge, left alone by Emmanuel Lewis, facing up to his second delivery. And we're in the first hour of play, just past the first half an hour. Reminding you, it's a 2-day affair here. There'll be 3 rounds. There are 2 groups, Barbados, Jamaica, and Trinidad in Group A. Holder comes in again. And another loud appeal. This time the ball holds it, like it travels across with the action, so it doesn't come back into the right-hander. It's going across the stock delivery from holder, and he is in total disbelief there. He absolutely thought he heard an outside edge, and so did the wicketkeeper as well as the 2 slips. And not out, says umpire Williams on this occasion. So the score will remain on 21 for 2 at the end of that Daniel Holder over. So winning the toss, reminding you, Trinidad and Tobago, and Salim Khan putting Guyana into bat. And there are 4 extras, 4 byes in this total of 21. A second wicket, it's a wicket maiden from holder, his second maiden of the morning. So he has figures of 1 for 4, 2 maidens off of 4 overs. Outstanding bowling figures so far from the youngster. Had a good season playing for the Vishnu Boys College from Central. It's a very interesting stat. We'll get to it after this over. For Neely is going to continue from the pavilion end, and not quite happy with his run. His approach to the stump. Bails out dead ball signal by umpire Mokan. Sprinkling of spectators as well in the KFC stand here, shouting out encouragement to these youngsters. 3 slips, a third man, and Sion Charles at point. Cover and mid-off on the offside. The Yorker delivery, well dug out by Ramdahal. He's faced 5 deliveries so far, coming out to bat with the fall of his captain. On the onside, there's a deep, it's a deep backward square. He's not all the way out to the boundary. Looks like Danraj out there. And a straight mid-wicket in that of Adiram Saran. And oohs and ahs again as Ramdahal leaves alone outside the off stump and through to the wicket keeper. Cornelia is getting that ball just to come back in with the action. Perhaps a little bit of movement as well off the seam on this fresh oval wicket. And of course you expect to see some movement on the first day's play on offer to the fast bowlers. Morning session of day 1. Cornelia looking to exploit whatever is there in the pitch. And a play and a miss from the quickster. Good line and length here. He's certainly more comfortable bowling against the right-handed Ramdahal and the right-hander in general, as opposed to the 2 left-handers who were out there at the start of the innings. We couldn't quite get his line right for a few deliveries outside the off stump to the left-handers. He was giving them some wit. And on this occasion here, you can see just angling back in, disappointed around the hole that he didn't get behind the line and played a bit loosely outside the off stump. Could have gotten an inside edge there, could have gone anywhere, either back onto the stumps or through to the wicket keeper. And luckily, he didn't get anything onto it. Good delivery. Coming through for a quick single as Charles has to come around from point and can't prevent the single. In fact, I'll just double check on it. It is in fact Riyad Ali Khan who is stationed there at backward point, left-hander. Sion Charles looked to be situated at mid-off. Confirm that for you shortly. It's wide outside your stump. Short and wide left alone. And Ali Khan just moving more into a cover point position rather than backward point. Just a single in this Fornelli over to build on the back of his last over where he took a wicket. Short delivery. Final delivery to close the over off. 1 for 14 in 4 overs. And 1 maiden to Ronaldo Fornelli, the man from the defence force. As the over comes to an end, 22 for 2, 8 overs gone, and Emmanuel Lewis yet to get off the mark, having faced 5 deliveries. And Richard Ramdahall coming in at 1 down. He's not out on 1 off of 8 deliveries. As Daniel Holder, he is going to continue the left-hander. So a nice combination of attack here from Trinidad and Tobago. Left hand and right hand combination bowlers at the top of the innings. I'll just give you that story of Daniel Holder. He scored a century in the secondary schools cricket league against Fatima College, playing for Vishnu Boys. He starts his run in. It's a full toss. His second full toss he's delivered in this spell and cannot capitalize on it around the hall. Neither could Sucharan when he was out there. Plays it out straight down in the V and mid-on does the fielding. Just working on that Duke's ball there. Sion Charles appreciating that Holder is getting significant movement with the ball. He's bowling to the right-hander. 1 slip on a gully in place. And it's because of that movement that he's getting right there into the right-hander that they've taken out the second slip and put Darius Batu Singh at mid-wicket for that ball tailing in to Ramdahall, the right-hander, who just rehearses a shot of turning it into the onside in the direction of Batu Singh. So Richard Ramdahall recognizing the fact that Holder is getting that ball to swing back into him and the odd delivery going across him, rehearsing the necessary shots. So in short, they're going to get a single here as he dabs it down safely out to Ali Khan at backward point, and they come through for the single. So Ramdahall moves on to 2. They're quite in control of that shot. It's going across the right hand and well played by the young man. Looking to rebuild here for Guyana. 23 for 2. And Holder exerting a lot of pressure. He's bowled 2 maidens. He decides to come around the wicket, the left-hander. And he's bowled him. Making the change round the wicket to get that ball that we've been talking about to swing into the right-hand batsman. This time it's Emmanuel Lewis and gets appreciable movement here at the Queen's Park Oval in somewhat overcast conditions now. and swinging back in from outside the off stump. And between bat and pad, he is batting just on the middle leg or so. And you could see that banana shape, perhaps off the inside bottom portion of the bat as well. And the ball went into the stumps. So the third wicket down now with 23 runs on the board. And Lewis has to go, not the start that Guyana would have wanted. 3 wickets down now. The captain, Parameshwar Ram, out for 3. Lomar Chicharan for 14. And now Emmanuel Lewis going without scoring, facing up to his 6th delivery. As the Centurion in the last game makes his way out to the middle, Shamar Apple. And he featured quite prominently in that run chase of 264 in the round 1 game against the Windward Islands. 123 he made off of 144 deliveries. And he hit 13 fours and 3 sixes in that knock at the National Cricket Centre. And they weren't quite able to overhaul that first inning total of 281 for 9 declared. It was a very interesting declaration in that first game. Both games, in fact. And the new batter out there, Shamar Apple, looking to face up. So he's returned to around the wicket as the left-handed Apple on strike. And Salim Khan just getting his field exactly right. So it's a change in personnel as well. So Danraj goes to mid-on. Darius Batu Singh goes to square leg. Salim Khan remains as first slip. Lal comes out of the gully, goes to a short extra cover. So there's a slipper gully, a third man, point, extra cover, and mid-off as Holder bails out of his run. Just pulling away the batsman as well, Shamar Apple. And just a few words being tossed around out there in the middle. You could see the Trinidad players just encroaching, having a word with Shamar Apple. Perhaps advising him of where he can go and get a nice lunch here in Port of Spain. A few kind words from the Trinidad and Tobago players just to greet Shamar Apple out there in the middle. 23 for 3. So a slipper gully, third man, a point, a deepish cover, extra cover and mid-off on the offside. He just takes all the pace off of that shot there. Dead bat from Apple, just working it out to point and no run. Remains 23 for 3. 1 delivery to come in this wicket taking over from Daniel Holder. And again, tumbling over was Holder upon delivery. And defensively played out to mid-off. No run. The over comes to an end. 9 overs gone. 23 for 3. And the 2 openers back in the pavilion as well as Emmanuel Lewis. Just look at him tumbling over here, searching for that extra bit of pace. And an interesting decision there. And to take out the second slip with the ball swinging across the left-hander. He got Sitran out off of the outside edge, did Holder, with a delivery that was swinging away, caught the outside edge through to wicketkeeper Ramnanan. And he thought he would want to keep 2 slips in play, but decided to take out the second slip and put in the man Lal at extra cover instead. So clearly they've looked at footage and analysed Shamar Holder, and from previous experience as well, perhaps from the under 15 level, in recent tournaments and past tournaments as well, opting for a bit of change in strategy for the left-handed Apple. For Nelia it is the starter new over, and this one angles in and left alone by Richard Ramdahall, not for the first time, and just going over the stumps. He was angled back into the stumps. He's standing with an open stance. His left leg is outside the leg stump, but seems to be batting on a middle and leg guard. And you just want to be a bit careful, because not for the first time, particularly more so in the last over from Fornelia, he's been getting that ball to angle back in to the right-handed Ramda Hall, who's been happy to leave it alone. But Fornelia is just getting a bit closer and closer each time as he continues on now into his 5th over. 3 slips lay await. Pitched up and driven to Ali Khan. He's looking to find the gap between point and cover. And the piece of Fornelia couldn't quite get it into that gap, and it went out to Riyad Ali Khan at point, and no run. Continuing to build the pressure here with 2 dot deliveries. Again, he plays and misses outside. This time he's playing. He's not leaving it alone. And it's true to the wicket keeper. And a very euphoric Trinidad and Tobago fielders providing the encouragement, increasing their volume. Trying to put these Guyanese batsmen under some more pressure verbally. He plays and misses outside the off stump. That one taken a bit lower by the wicket keeper. There is Salim Khan again. There's a good look there at the youngster Daniel Holder from Vishnu College. Proud moment for the youngster and the college. So not for the first time we saw Salim Khan just before that ball was delivered, just prompting for Neely to deliver another short pitch delivery. Is Danraj out at the backward square? He's just about 35 yards away from the striker. Have a good look at the grandfather of one Malik Lewis, lending support here to the Trinidad and Tobago under 17 team. His son Malik Lewis is on the reserves for this Trinidad and Tobago team. Short and pulled away, and Danraj can get nowhere near it. It was hit with good control from Ramda Hall, well in front of the umpire at square leg. In fact, he's hit it all the way for 6, signaled by umpire Imran Mokan. So Salim Khan was prompting Fornelia in the last delivery to bowl a shorter bouncer, and pulled all the way over the boundary into the Triniposi stand. Travelling all the way for 6. Good control there. Spoils a series of dot deliveries from Fornelia. The score moves on to 29 for 3. And Ramda Hall on to 8. So quite comfortable pulling that one off the back foot. Danraj takes a couple steps further back at backward point. At backward square rather. And pitched up. Full toss. Worked into the mid-wicket area. Worked for Danraj in the deep. Sliding across. Makes the stop, the youngster. And the batsmen come through for 2 runs at the end of the 10th over. 31 for 3. Ramda Hall moves on to 10. Have a good look there at the Guyanese contingent. Coach Kumar Bisundial and Amir Rahaman. Team was given their blessings by the minister, the man in charge of cricket in Guyana, Mr. Bisundial Singh. Good morning to all our Guyanese friends looking on, supporting their team. And the reserves as well for Guyana: Vishal Williams, Bromesh Lal, Jonathan Mentor, Shane Prince, Jataniel Nurse, and Danish Prasad. A name you'll be all too familiar with in the youth circuit in Guyana cricket. Holder to continue. 31 for 3. And again, they're going to continue with this field of just 1 slip under Gully. So they've moved the third man as well and put him down at fine leg. Christian Lal has come out of second slip. So he's at extra cover. So Charles at mid-off, Lal at extra cover, Ali Khan at cover. This holder comes back in. There's the drive, and there's Lal diving away at extra cover. It'll travel to the boundary for 4. It was well struck by Shamar Apple. So clearly the Trinidad and Tobago team have done their homework, looking back at the century he made in round 1. And they've put that man, they've taken out the slip, put him on extra cover. It was hit in the air in the direction of Lal, diving away to his left. Couldn't get a hand on it. And if Lal can't do it, I'm not quite sure anybody else would have been able to get it. He's quite athletic in the outfield. Young Christian Lal, and down to the boundary for 4, 35 for 3. And I'm playing a miss outside the post. I'm dragging the length back. Making the correction here is Daniel Holder. Goes past the outside edge. Again, some more swing in the air for the left-hander. And I'll just ask the question, with that type of delivery, I understand that you would have looked at Shamar Apple and understood that he might hit the ball in the air to extra cover. But at the same time, you want to get 2 bites of this Duke's Red Cherry and keep that second slip in place. Because it does go past the outside edge or gets the outside edge. You want to have 2 slips there. Short, dab down. Gully does the feeling. They do get a single, as Gully has to come around. One to the total. 36 for 3. We are in the 11th over. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and opting to bowl first. And Salim Khan will be happy with the results so far, picking up 3 Guyanese wickets in the first hour of play, as the clock's just about to tick over to 11 o'clock. So a change now from Holder. Ups to go round the wicket. 1 slip on a Gully to the right-handed Ram the Hall. And a booming drive. It's in the air and just over the head of Ali Khan. At backward point. Seemed to be in the air for ages. Batu Singh wasn't amused. His hands were in the air. And have a look at it here. Just lands behind the left-hander. So just 1 run to the total. 37 for 3. And a couple shots here from both batsmen. Trying to rebuild. Shots played in the air. One to the left of Lal, off of the bat of Apple. And this one coming off a leading edge, off of Ramdehol's bat over point, just over the head of point. And 2 streaky singles. 37 for 3. Goes past the outside edge, again through to wicketkeeper Cristiano Ramnanan. As the over comes to an end, Holder down on his haunch is a bit disappointed at the opportunity of a potential catch. Did not go to hand. So look at this delivery, go past the outside edge. And that's such an excellent delivery there. It's just a minimal of movement in the air. And beating not just the outside edge, but just missing the off stump as well. Continuing to battle on this Holder. Excellent bowling from the young man. So he's bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 runs and 11 wickets as he makes his way down to third man. The right-handed Ramdahal is on strike to Fornelia to bowl his 6th over. And is whipping it in the air, lifting it over mid-wicket and into the boundary for 4. Quite content to put the ball in the air on this occasion. And well in control of a ball angled into him. And puts it away for 4. And he's understanding that Fornelia is getting that ball to come into him. And as it was on his pads and he whipped it away for 4. Couple times he's been leaving alone outside the off stump. The ball's angled back into him. And some oohs and ahs from the Trinidad and Tobago team as balls went past the off stump of Ram the Hall, but erring into the pads on this occasion and well put away by Ram the Hall. 41 for 3. Short and dabbed out to Ali Khan and races in from point. Has a shy at the non-striker's end as well. An excellent work backing that one up there at mid-on. That one was dabbed down to Ali Khan to point. He raced in, picked it up cleanly. The non-striker broke his ground, backing up, looking for a single. Sent back by Ram the Hall and a shy at the non-striker's end. And it could have been quite close, but missed the stumps. Playing a miss outside the off stump there on that occasion as Fornelia returned to that line outside the off stump and induced another foul shot from Richard Ramdal outside the off stump. There's been a change on the onside. Young Danraj now is in front of the umpire forward of square. So there's a forward of square and a mid wicket on the onside for Ramdal. And turned about a bit there on that delivery as he squared him up a fraction. Coming off the leading edge. And no run. 41 for 3. 15 to Richard Ramdal. Shamar Apple on 5 at the opposite end. One boundary in that score of 5. Through extra cover. Was driven in the air past a diving Christian Lal. And just a couple deliveries to come in this 12th over before we'll have a drinks break. And looking to hit another booming drive. And could only come off the outer portion of the bat to Ali Khan at point. Ali Khan at point just more to his right of where our traditional point fielder would be. And that's because he is left-handed. So he wants to... He knows he can cover a bit more ground to his left, his stronger side. So he's just a couple steps across to his right from the traditional point position. And the third slip has gone to a bit of a gully position now for this final delivery before drinks. It's down the leg side. And laments the fact for Neil that he couldn't get any bat onto it as it went through to wicketkeeper Cristiano Ramnanan, who's taken a couple good catches in this morning's play. The first hour completed. Guyana are 41 for 3. 12 overs having been bowled, 6 apiece to the 2 opening bowlers, 2 for 11. Daniel Holder, 2 maidens in his 6, and Fornelia 1 for 26 with 1 maiden. And there have been 4 byes in the innings. And in that score of 41 for 3, the captain at the top of the order, captain for today, Prameshwar Ram, he went for 3, caught wicketkeeper Ramnanan for Fornelia, and Lomar Shicharan caught by wicketkeeper Ramnaran off Daniel Holder for 14. Richard Ramdal is not out on 15. Emmanuel Lewis was bowled off the inside edge for no score, and the other not out batsman out there in the middle, Shamar Apple, the Centurion, in wrong 1. He is not out on 5 with 1 boundary. And the players are having a drink. We'll take a break here and join us back in about 5 minutes time or so, where we'll continue bringing you coverage of this under 19 regional Rising Star series. first hour of play. And the players are about to resume after the first drinks break on day 1. And the score's 41-3. We are going to see a bowling change here. The young Sion Charles, he will take up the attack, replacing Daniel Holder. And Shamar Apple is on strike. 2 slips are back in place as they've taken out the fine leg, put him back at third man, which I think is a necessary fielding position, considering the bowler is going across the left-handed batter. We saw them for Daniel Holder, who was swinging away from Apple. They took out the third man, put him at fine leg, also took out the second slip to put in a man at extra cover. But on this occasion, they've taken out the gully and putting him in second slip. So 2 slips are third man, point cover, extra cover, and mid-off. The new bowler, Sion Charles, into the attack. Young player from the Power Gen Club in South Trinidad. And of course Roberto Badri as well, nephew of Samuel Badri, well-known name in cricketing circles here in the Caribbean and internationally. Now on commentary for West Indies cricket. Say good morning to Mr. Badri. Advancing down the track, and it's in the air, and it's directly to that man, Christian Lal, at extra cover. They've certainly done their homework, Trinidad and Tobago. Took the second slip out off of the bowling of Holder and put Lal into that extra cover area. And this time, it's Charles who gets the wicket. He's advancing down the track and hammering it straight to that man, Christian Lal, who is not going to make any mistake. And full points here to Trinidad and Tobago, doing their homework and studying the batsmanship of Shamar Apple, the Centurion, in round 1. And looking to hammer it past Lal, but it was in the air for the second time. And Trinidad and Tobago now get their 4th wicket, 41 runs on the board. Into the 13th over, Sion Charles coming in, replacing Daniel Holder and picking up that wicket off of his 3rd delivery. And Trinidad and Tobago will be quite happy winning the toss. And Guyana now lose their 4th wicket. The captain at the toss, Parmeshwar Ram, indicating that he would have also batted first had he won the toss. And he went for 3 early on, followed by Lamar Chicharan, who again looked good for his 14 runs. Looked well in control until he nicked one, 2 to the wicket keeper. And Ramdahal has just started to get going, Richard Ramdahal, not out on 15. Holder got the wicket of Lewis as well, as he changed from over the wicket to round the wicket and spared a Yorker delivery that he couldn't dig out. Got some bat onto it, but it still went through to the stumps. And he was out bowled. And now Shamar Apple, he's gone for 5. And the new batsman out in the middle, Adrian Hetmeyer, 4 for 41. For the new batter, right-hander, Hetmeyer, 2 slips. And the second slip is quite close for the bowling of Charles. Can be quite nippy. Good evidence of that one there. A bit of a fumble, but no run. Ali Khan there at square leg, the left-hander. So they have a 3rd man in place as well. And a cover point. A cover. Lal again at extra cover for the right-hander. Danraj at mid-off. Mid-on and square leg. Just leaving alone. Getting that right leg across just to cover the line of the delivery. Hetmeyer and lets it through to the wicket keeper. He was shaping to play the cut shot, recognizing his team are 4 wickets down and he is new to the crease, choosing to leave it alone. Just wonder as well, 4 wickets down, if you want to bring that man from that wideish third man area into a gully area, just to build some more pressure here on Guyana. See on Charles operating now. It's a good delivery. Lal does the fielding at extra cover. He races in to get ahead of Darius Batusing at cover. Certainly wants the ball in his hand when he's in the outfield. Young Christian Lal, very energetic as the 13th over comes to an end. 41 for 4. So a good start there from Charles, maiden wicket. So we've seen 4 maidens in this game so far. Trinidad and Tobago bowlers and team relishing the opportunity to be here at the Queen's Park Cricket Club and take full advantage of a good pitch with getting a bit of movement out there in early morning conditions, a little bit of moisture in the pitch as well, and a few clouds early on this morning just behind us in the northern range, blowing across over the back of the Queen's Royal College and the Tattle building in the distance, coming in from the easterly direction. And fortunately just missing us here at the Oval. We are going to see a bowling change. Young Dhiran Danraj, the left-handed spinner, is into the attack. Picked up 3 for 67 off of 16 overs in their battle in round 1 against Barbados. Also picked up 16 wickets in the Secondary Schools Cricket League this year for Presentation College Shogunas. So the wicketkeeper is up to the stump. Salim Khan is at first slip. He's in through and around for his left arm orthodox bowling. And it's a packed offside field. It's a 6-3 field. Slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep mid-wicket on the boundary. Flighted delivery, generous flight from young Dhiran Danraj. Quite the avid golfer as well, following his dada out to the golf course in Sivilla in Couva, the Britchin Castle golf course. He's picked up a few trophies out there as well. Flighted delivery on the back foot is rammed the hole. And no run. He's on the Trinidad and Tobago Juniors Golfers Circuit as well. Young Danraj. Family of golfers. Short and hit back at him. Does the fielding off of his own bowling. Say good morning to Mr. Steve Jagrup Singh as well, president of the Britchin Castle Golf Club. No doubt quite a few golfers from the club are viewing. Good bounce there, short of a length. Was a bit uppish for a fraction of a second. Not enough to encourage Salim Khan to think about a gully position just yet. Does have a man at deep mid-wicket. And he is the furthest in front of the stumps on the onside. As he tries to sweep, there is a loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. And getting a bit of bounce there again is Danraj as he completes a maiden in his first over. He's in through and around here, as you can see in this replay. Generous flight, nice bounce as well, pulling out the sweep shot. Trying to counter whatever spin might be on offer was Richard Ramdahal, playing and missing and perhaps pitching outside the leg stump and not out. The verdict by umpire Williams. out of St. Lucia. He's enjoying his time here in Trinidad and Tobago as he continues his work across different venues. Rather umpire Imran Mokan was at that end. Umpire Williams takes up duties at the median center end, the Jerry Gomez media center end. Driven and no run. Adrian Hetmeyer yet to get off the mark. He's faced 5 deliveries. Coming out to bat with the fall of Shamar Apple, who was advancing down the track. A new bowler was into the attack, Sion Charles, right-handed bowler, as compared to Daniel Holder, who was withdrawn from the attack after 6 overs and a drinks break, who had 2 for 11. Charles again. Charles was into the attack, and off of his 3rd delivery in his 1st over, Shamar Apple was advancing down the track, trying to beat Christian Lal at extra cover. A lot of words were being thrown about between the Trinidad team into the air of Shamar Apple. He hit 1 delivery off of Holder in the air just to the left of Lal and went for 4 in his score of 5, and trying to repeat it. And could only hit it straight to Lal, who took a very good catch. Good cricket here, good delivery and well played by Hetmeyer. Can't get off the mark. Score remains 41 for 4. Into the 15th over. A bit slow going, the over rate so far, just after the 1st hour. 13 overs. Reminding our viewers that there are bonus points and bowling and batting points on offer. There are also penalty runs for slow over rates. It's a good looking square drive there. It'll go close to the boundary and into the boundary. It beats the fielder coming around there. Can't stop it. And 4 runs now. Getting off the mark, Adrian Hetmeyer with a good looking square drive. Well in control despite a pack offside field. And into the boundary for 4. Takes the total on to 45 for 4. This drags the length back and adjusts the line as well. Charles, the ever exuberant Christian Lal there. Played in the under-19s regional tournament as well in St. Kitts just last month in July. Also from the Vishnu Boys College, Christian Lal. Worked into the onside, and Ali Khan is there at backward square, no run. The over comes stand end, just the 4 runs in the over. 4 good looking runs to Adrian Hetmeyer to get off the mark. Barbados, beg your pardon, Guyana are 45 for 4 after 15. Trinidad and Tobago in their first game against Barbados. Trinidad declared on 257. 251 rather, declared with 8 wickets down after 81 overs. A declaration just to get at the end of day 1 to put Barbados in to see if they could pick up some wickets overnight. And Stanraj set to continue here. And not quite working out the way they expected it, Trinidad and Tobago. Short from Danraj, but extra cover is well set. And with that declaration to get in a few overs before the end of day one, so that they could get 2 bites at the cherry, bowl a few overs at Barbados, and then come back in the morning fresh with a new ball. Full toss. And again, straight to Dan Raj, who rolls it past the stump just in case Hetmeyer was not in his ground. 45 for 4. So with a relatively new ball on day 2, Trinidad trying to get 2 bites at the cherry in round 1. So another short delivery. And it's a throw to the wicketkeeper's end as Ramdahal was looking for a single. And Hetmeyer, having a few words with him now, indicating it was straight to the fielder. No chance of a run there. That one kept very low, a loud appeal. Nodding his head is umpire Mokan, and he's going to have to go Ramdahal, Richard Ramdahal out, LBW. Daron Danraj takes his first wicket, and Trinidad and Tobago have struck again 5 wickets down now for Guyana. And that one keeping fractionally low, striking him on the right pad, dead in front of middle stump. And Ramdahal, who was looking good for 15 when the seam bowlers were on, got a few good shots off. Hit 1-6, a pull shot that went all the way off of Ronaldo Fornillier, as well as a 1 boundary 4. 34 deliveries. And with the spinner on, he was just stuck on the back foot, struck low down. And Guyana losing their 5th wicket. It wasn't quite settled against Danraj. He hit 1 down, short delivery. There were a couple short deliveries and a full toss to him in that over. And he couldn't get the ball away. So perhaps thinking that he should have benefited from a few loose delivery from Danraj. Couldn't get the ball away. And perhaps putting a bit of pressure on himself to score. And going onto the back foot to the left arm spinner. And struck on the pads. And now he's gone. The new batter, Dave Mohabir, makes his way out to the middle. Adrian Hetmeyer is at the non-strikers end on 4. And we're inside 16 overs. And Guyana are 45 for 5. The new batter is a slip in place for the left-hander. Danraj bowling wicket to wicket, so a lot of the deliveries are being played back in his direction as he goes left arm over the wicket for the left-handed Dave Mohabir. I'll give you the feel in a couple seconds. Well flighted delivery onto the back foot. As the over comes to an end, negating the need for the field setting in that over to the left-hander. The new batter out to the crease. Dave Mohabir coming in with the fall of that Richard Ramdahal wicket, reminding you that Captain Romario Ramdahal is ill and not in the lineup today. In fact, he's back at the hotel. He's hadn't even made his way to the ground as they continue to keep a close eye on him. So Parameshwar Ram ascends from vice captaincy to captaincy for today's game. And coming into the lineup for Guyana is Darwin Joseph, the fast bowler, as well as Fiaz Bash, the wrist spinner, replacing Navindra Sankar, the other wrist spinner in this Guyana lineup. Sion Charles to start his 3rd over. Good pace and carry. Thuds loudly into the gloves of Cristiano Ramnanan, who is a bit closer in for Sion Charles as compared to Daniel Holder and Ronaldo Fonilier, the opening bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago. Both opening bowlers picking up 3 wickets together in their 12 overs. Also bowling 3 maidens. 2 for 11 Holder and 1 for 26 Fonilier. So 37 runs conceded between the opening pair in their 12 overs. Driving outside your stump, Hetmeyer. He hit 1 square drive and over a go off of Charles that went to the boundary for 4. And it's the only runs that Charles has conceded. There's 2 deliveries into his 3rd over. 1 for 4. He has his first over. A maiden wicket. Holder as well had a maiden wicket when he started up proceedings for Trinidad and Tobago. This time he is driving again. 3rd man is in place. Does the fielding. Strong throw over the head of wicketkeeper Haram Nanan, who turns around and has a long look at the fielder. No overthrows. He's quite away in the distance there, the fielder. I do believe it's Adi Ramsaran out there, patrolling between 3rd man and fine leg. Salim Khan is making some adjustments in the field, the Trinidad and Tobago captain. Maneuvering his troops. So 2 slips, 3rd man, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off. 2 on the onside. It's a good delivery there from Charles and well played by Mohabir, pushing him onto the back foot as he somersaults across the pitch to retrieve the bowling. Very athletic Sion Charles. Have a look at this piece of work. Doesn't want to step on the pitch, so I'll just do a cartwheel to pick the ball up. Just demonstrating his agility. He is from Presentation College in San Fernando. Work down to fine leg. There's no one in that position. Salim Khan takes off after it, but gives up the chase early on. And it's gone away to the boundary for 4. There was a fine leg employed earlier on for the bowling of Holder, but on this occasion, Charles, no fine leg, opting for the 3rd man and erring in his line and put away by Dave Mohabir. So he's on to 4, off the mark with a boundary. That boundary also brings up the 50 for Guyana. 50 for 5. 1 delivery to come in the 17th over. Again, he's down the leg side, fuller and wider. Cannot get any bat onto it. And the end of 17 overs, the 3rd over from Charles. And after his first maiden wicket, he's gone for 2 boundaries either side of his first over. His 2nd and 3rd over. It's a boundary each. 9 runs he's conceded. Guyana have brought up their 50 in that over with that boundary to fine leg. But they are 5 wickets down. Adrian Hetmeyer is still out there in the middle. Got to 43 in that wrong 1 game, in that total of 264. The bulk of the scoring in that game against the Windward Islands was done by Shamar Apple. Got 123 in that game as Danaraj continues. And again played back down the pitch, and he does the fielding off of his own bowling. So he's operating wicket to wicket, and he'll be quite aware the number of deliveries that have been played back to him. He's going to expect one that might come in the air. Faster delivery, cut down into the turf. Wicketkeeper does the fielding on the bounce. So good variation here from young Danraj. Faster delivery. He's been offering generous flight. But on that occasion to Hetmeyer, just a bit of variation. Quite like a Daniel Vettori, who's quite adept at varying his speeds to induce fourth shots, the New Zealander former left-arm spinner. Another faster delivery and is angled badly down the line of the leg stump. It'll travel into the boundary and all the way for 4. 54 for 5. Trying to change it up here, Danraj, and zip a delivery into Hetmeyer. And it was just angled down the leg side and went for 4. The wicketkeeper could not collect as he's up to the stumps, but it was a quick delivery. Certainly don't need a speed gun to see how fast that one was. It was the fastest of the over. Did try a faster delivery early on. And haven't been seeing him give much flight to Hetmeyer. And judging how Trinidad and Tobago worked out the batting of Shamar Apple, I just wonder if it's a deliberate tactic here against Adrian Hetmeyer to bowl a lot more faster deliveries. Flights this one. What an excellent delivery there. Pitching and beating the outside edge and through to the wicketkeeper. A lot of guile here on display from young Deron Danraj. Again, flight off the outside edge. And first slip takes it on the bounce. End of the Danraj over. 18 dot deliveries he's had in his 3 overs. Which was a bit perplexing from that. That statistics. He's bowled 2 maidens. We'll just check back. Yeah, with buys in the over. So no runs off the bat for young Danraj. So 3 maidens. Just confirming that it wasn't leg buys, the one that went down the leg side. It was in fact given buys. So he's bowled 3 overs, 3 maidens, 1 wicket and no runs. 54 for 5. Loud appeal, but perhaps bat onto pad and pitching outside the leg stump as well. There have been 16 dot deliveries from Sion Charles. Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, perhaps pitching outside the leg stump. And a couple noises as well. Saw him in the warm-up. Himself, Charles and Fornillier. And they look quite rapid. Loosening up this morning. Just off to the side of the square as they were doing their warm-up routines. And the ball just dying through on the bounce. Well taken by the wicketkeeper. Just about 25 minutes to lunch as we have a good look at the wicketkeeper there, Cristiano Ramanan. He's done a good job behind the stumps. Despite those 8 byes, not much he could have done to prevent that one that went down the leg side. There was one off the fast bowler for Nelia early on. Short rising delivery. And they're going to get a single. Well played, well handled by Mohabir. Looks quite good since coming out to bat. The left-handed Guyanese player. Was out for no score in round 1. Looking to make amends here, and certainly his team would need a good score from him. Good delivery. A late decision to come through for a single. And they get there in the end. It was played out to mid-on. And Roberto Badri was charging in. But he took enough pace off of it. Did Hetmeyer. Allowed him to come through for the single despite the good fielding from young Badri. 56 for 5. Nice, fluent, smooth run-up from Sion Charles. Just looking to see if there was a burst of acceleration, just trying to increase his momentum into his delivery stride. But there was a steady flow of pace and a lot of shoulder action in his delivery to generate this kind of pace and lift and bounce as well. So there's a third man and a fine leg at the start of this over. One slip in place. Trinidad and Tobago in a strong position with 5 wickets down for 56. The Guyanese. Another short delivery. And can't cut it out as it's played to the right of the left-handed Ali Khan and down to third man. End of the over from Charles. There's a couple singles in it. 56 for 5. So the other scores in that wrong one game for Guyana. Ram got to 15. Richard Ramdahal got to 31. And he was looking good again here today before he was dismissed. A quick 17 from Sicharan. And he was aggressive again this morning and lost his wicket. Hetmeyer got to 43. So a lot would be resting on his shoulders, having lost Shamar Apple, the Centurion. Another one played straight back on the bounce to Danraj. That's quite well. Lal appreciates the effort, encouraging the youngster. That piece of fielding off of his own bowling. We've seen a number of shots hit straight back to him. Reminds me of another youngster. Was Danraj. Yeah, there's going to be a bit of a problem here for Danraj. The umpire is just hustling the support staff to come on the field, and I just wonder if it's a bit of a split webbing. He's going to go off the field, and the umpire is calling quickly for a change and medical attention for Danraj. It's a pity. He's been bowling quite well, and we've seen a number of times the ball hammered back to him, doing fielding off of his own bowling, and you can see him just holding out the right hand, and I suspect it might just be a split in the webbing, or perhaps some injury to his finger or the nail after having fielded off that last delivery. And no doubt with the number of deliveries that were played back to him, some powerfully struck, doing the fielding off of his own bowling. And on this occasion, just hoping that he can get back onto the field at some point, and that is not too serious. But the umpire immediately were calling for the staff to come on, and calling for a replacement fielder as well. So, Amrit Pittiman, Naparima College boy, is on the field as an emergency fieldsman, as Daron Danraj is off in the pavilion to get some repairs done. See, the medical staff is looking after him on that right hand. Salim Khan is going to come on just to finish off the over of Danraj. He had such impressive figures as well. He's picked up a wicket. He hasn't conceded a single run, and 3 maidens on the trot. Short and popped back in the air. And there is Pittiman coming into frame and couldn't quite get it. Neither could the bowler Salim Khan, who comes on to finish the Daron Danraj over. 57 for 5. Khan is through on a wrong right arm through and round the wicket to the left-handed Mohabir. Short and cover is in the offside, punched into the offside. Salim Khan has bowled. He bowled in the first round as well. 9 overs, I believe, he put down. And there's a loud appeal there, yes, and given out. So despite Danraj coming off with an injury, Salim Khan picked up the ball to complete the over. And after 3 dot deliveries, 4 dot deliveries, and he picks up a wicket. We'll have a close look. Has to be out LBW. Yes, LBW pitching, angling in, and getting the wicket, Salim Khan. So he will complete, in combination with Dhirendra Danraj, another maiden wicket from that pavilion end. Adjudged LBW. So Mohabir has to go for 6. Guyana lose another wicket. 6 down now with 57 runs on the board, with 1 delivery to come in the 20th over. And having won the toss, Salim Khan picking up wickets at regular intervals. Just about 15 minutes to the luncheon break. And Trinidad and Tobago are almost through the top order of Guyana. Just Adrian Hetmeyer, he's not out on 6. Got 43 in that round 1 game in their first innings, Adrian Hetmeyer. So a lot of work to do now between himself and the new batsman, Jibram Yaqub. So Mohabir, who was looking quite good out there, he was looking comfortable. And reminding you, Dhirendra Danraj is off the field. And just an injured right hand or fingers, one of his fingers, perhaps a split webbing. We'll have to confirm that at the luncheon interval. He couldn't complete his over. Salim Khan took the ball, the captain, came into the attack. And after 4 dot deliveries, picked up a wicket in the over. 3 of them being his dot deliveries and 1 dot delivery from Dhirendra Danraj. So this is looking to be another wicket maiden with 1 ball left to come in the 20th over. Guyana in a spotter border. So that will complete another maiden. There have been 4 consecutive maidens from the Brian Lara Pavilion end at the Queen's Park Oval. Trinidad and Tobago against Guyana in round 2 of the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars under 17 tournament. Other games taking place in Trinidad. Barbados against Jamaica. And in that game, Jamaica winning the toss and opting to bat first. That game taking place at the National Cricket Centre. And they are 32 for 4. Mario Hall, the left-hander, opening batsman, he was out for 3. Tyson Gordon Jr. is not out there on 9. The captain, DeMarco Scott, he's gone for no score off of 2 deliveries. And Savio Jones was out LBW for 4. And the wicketkeeper Odain Binns also out on a first delivery for no score. Nikolai McKenzie is not out on 13. That game at the National Cricket Centre. 4 wickets for Zarel Harding. 3 maidens. 9 runs. And wonder if there was an opportunity where he might have been on a hat-trick as well. Riyad Ali Khan is into the attack. The left-arm wrist spinner. Picked up 2 for 44 in 14 overs. In the first round game. Flighted delivery indicated to me this morning that he's attending a new college. We'll just have to confirm that. He's actually transferred into Presentation College Shogunas. Left arm wrist spinner. A good delivery. Good start from him. He's going to get runs here. Does Hetmeyer. Off the outside edge. Pass first slip and they come back for 2. Good running. Holder doing the chasing from backward point as that one went past first slip on the ground. Tumbling away was Salim Khan. Couldn't prevent it. Just leaning forward and opening the bat face. The ball pitched wide outside the off stump. Turning back in to the right-handed Hetmeyer. He's on to 8. 59 for 6. Short and keeping a bit low. And into the pads of wicketkeeper Ramnana. No run. So on the offside, there's a first slip. Holder at backward point. Batu Singh at cover. Christian Lal extra cover. And yes, back of the arm bowler. Getting the one to go the other way. Chinaman bowler. A play and a miss. Adi Ramsran at mid-off. Excellent control and variation in this first over from Ali Khan. Conceding just the 2 runs. 59 for 6. Guyana are batting after 21 overs. 8 byes in the innings in that total. Play in the morning session here at the Queen's Park Cricket Club. Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana under 17 regional cricket. Salim Khan, one of the rising stars here in this tournament, captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team, completing an over. The Deran Danarad started 1 over ago and picked up a wicket. It's been 4 maidens from that end, 2 wicket maidens inclusive from the Brian Lara Pavilion end. So Salim Khan is going to continue. Off spinner. This one goes past the outside edge. Living dangerously on that occasion is Gibran Yaqub. Trying to come to terms with the conditions out there. It's a good pitch for batting. And looking at the 3 surfaces prepared by Andy Alexander and company, the ground staff here, under the watchful eyes of Mr. Dave Furlong here at the Queen's Park Oval. Faster delivery from Khan and no run. And looking at the 3 pitches out there in the middle, they could have played on anyone really. We're playing on the far left, the most easterly of the pitches. Seven strips here at the Queen's Park Oval. Minding you, the substitute fieldman is on the field for Trinidad and Tobago, Amrit Pittiman. Another loud appeal here. Not out, says the umpire. They come through for a leg by. It's the throw from the wicket keeper to the non-striker's end. And a bit disappointed there was Khan that he didn't get that decision. We'll have a look at it again. And they come through for a leg by. Might be heading down the leg side. Yeah, heading down the leg side. Good decision by umpire Imran. And they call through for a quick single. And the shy at the keeper's end. And they do come through for a single. Just wonder if the batsman has pulled up. Yaqub holding on to the hamstring, and this is not a good sign. Umpire Williams is just asking him, does he need assistance? Should he call for the physio? And he's just massaging that right hamstring. It's Gibran Yaqub. The end of the Salim Khan over. 1 leg by and 1 run in that over. So 1 for 1 he has. Yaqub seems fit to continue. no movement from anyone in the pavilion area. So 61 for 6. 22 overs gone. And just 1 over from Riyad Ali Khan. He's bowling from the Jerry Gomez Media Center. Hetmeyer on strike. Another loud appeal. Sound like a lot of bat onto that. And he's looking to get another single here, Hetmeyer. He'd want to be wary that his partner on the opposite end just pulled up clutching his hamstring after they went through for a couple quick singles in the last over. But he pulled up after running that last single. So you just might want to be careful running just for a couple deliveries. Good delivery goes past the outside edge. He's bowling good lengths here so far, Riyad Ali Khan. Continues to just massage that hamstring, that right hamstring, Yaqub. Short, and that one keeping a bit low. I want to say keeping a bit low because Hetmeyer played over the top of it off of his back foot and couldn't get anything onto it. It was very close to that off stump. Off the outside edge this time, and the holder is giving chase, and I don't think he's going to overhaul it. It goes into the boundary for 4, so the total on to 65, and it's the second time a ball has come off the outer portion of the bat, this time in the air, and Ali Khan that gets that Chinaman delivery to go the other way, and unfortunately for him concedes 4. But Hetmeyer goes on to 13. He will very much welcome that boundary, as will the Guyana team. 65 for 6. Just wonder if you might want to put Holder a bit more of a backward point, just to narrow that gap. He's done some chasing in that area off of Ali Khan. And this time he's tugged around the corner, hit in the air, it'll go into the boundary. A badly lined delivery from Ali Khan, so he's going to concede another boundary here in his second over. And a good shot there from Hetmeyer, pulling that one around the corner. And it's not a bad way to play the spinners, to pull out that sweep shot, and there isn't much protection there on the onside. There are 4 fielders on the onside and 1 behind the umpire at backward square leg. And again he's sweeping, and he's going to go for 4 again in that area behind square. It'll travel all the way to the Jeffrey Stallmeyer stand. It was hit with good pace and timing, power as well. As the over comes to an end. Hetmeyer on to 21. Have a look at it here again. A badly lined delivery and well put away. Wants to be outside the off stump. And just overcorrecting after one was hit off of the outside edge. Perhaps the Chinaman delivery down to backward point for 4. And overcompensating and going down the leg side. Back-to-back deliveries going for 4. The deep backward square area. Guyana on to 73 for 6 after 23 overs. Hetmeyer on to 21. Jibrad Yaqub yet to get off the mark, so he's going to be facing up as Salim Khan continues, the captain. And there's another sweep shot, and this one will travel to the boundary as well. And thought of running Yaqub. He's been clutching that right hamstring, and he wasn't going to attempt a run because he knew he struck it well. There is a deep mid wicket, and couldn't get around. Christian Lal is out there on the boundary, couldn't get around, and opting not to run on that occasion. Yaqub just still feeling the effects of that right hamstring. So got better delivery and a chance to first slip put down. Adi Ramsaran there in first slip, and he would be disappointed, and he's being consoled here by the wicketkeeper Ramnanan, and he would be disappointed One, that he didn't take the catch, and two, it's off of the bowling of the captain. Drawing forward on an outside edge, and you'll want to put that one out of their thoughts, the Trinidad and Tobago team. Again, forward, and this time better contact from Gibran Yaqub, who lives to fight another day. Dropped on 4. Off of Khan. Would have been Khan's second wicket. 1 for 5 he has. See, aborts his run, just some movement as Yaqub just pulls out. Some movement behind the bowler's arm perhaps. Short, and for a moment I thought he was going to play a cut shot, but it was slow to come on to him. And there he rehearses a cut shot off the front foot, but he tugged it into the onside. Caught in two minds a bit there on that occasion. Playing a miss outside the awesome. So good bowling here from Salim Khan. Goes past the outside edge. Got the outside edge and a chance put down. And Yaqub gets a life on 4. And end of 24 overs, 6 for 77. And with that, see the players are just thought for a moment, looking at the big clock, the Colin Murray clock at the Queen's Park Cricket Club, atop on the 4th floor in the Brian Lara Pavilion. Not quite sure if it did tick over to 12 o'clock, but it's 12 o'clock on my watch, and the umpires have called lunch here on day 1 of this encounter between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana. Guyana being put into bat as the Trinidad players make their way off the field. 77 for 6 after 24 overs. Parmeshwar Ram, he was gone early on for 3. Struggled a bit off of 24 deliveries. And Ronaldo Fornelia picked up his wicket, caught behind the wicketkeeper. Took 2 catches to get rid of the 2 openers. Lomar Sicharan was out for 14. The left-handed Daniel Holder, who bowled quite well, picking up that wicket. Richard Ramdahal was out LBW to Daron Danraj, who bowled 3 overs and 1 delivery. 3 consecutive maidens and then a dot ball before he had to leave the field with an injured right hand. And he picked up the wicket of Ramdahal for 15. Ramdahal, who struck 1 6 and 1 4 off of his 34 deliveries. Holder got the wicket of Emmanuel Lewis, bowled off the inside edge, trying to keep out a Yorker for no score. Shamar Apple tried to be ultra aggressive to hammer balls through extra cover, was advancing down the track to try and hit his second boundary past extra cover, but only could put it into the safe hands of Christian Lal. He was gone for 5, the Centurion, in the last game. Adrian Hetmeyer, a lot would rely on him for Guyana. He is not out on 21, having struck 4 boundaries off of 32 deliveries. Dave Mohammed was looking quite good before Salim Khan came on to complete the over of Daron Danraj, who had to leave the field injured. And not just completing the over, he continued on with another maiden from the Brian Lara Pavilion end, and also picked up a wicket. So it was a wicket maiden when he dismissed Dave Mohammed for 6. And Gibran Yaqub, he is not out on 4, joining Hetmeyer. There have been 9 extras in the innings, 8 byes and 1 leg bye. So 2 for 11 for Holder, and 1 wicket apiece for Fornelia, Charles, Danraj and Salim Khan. Riyad Ali Khan, 2 overs, none for 14. So that's the news here from the Queen's Park Oval. We are on day 1 of a 2-day affair between Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana. The players are taking lunch. We will take a break here and join us back in about 30 minutes time to bring you coverage after lunch in this game. Welcome back here to the Queen's Park Cricket Club. We are at the Queen's Park Oval for this game, Trinidad and Tobago against Guyana in the CWI Men's Under 17 Rising Star Championships. Just about to resume play after lunch on day one. And Roberto Badri is gearing up to start proceedings for us from the Jerry Gomez Media Center end. Reminding you, 77 for 6 Guyana currently. This Badri cut into the offside, and we're on the way off the bat. Jibran Yaqub out there with Adrian Hetmeyer. Hetmeyer on 22. And a lot would rest on his shoulders now here after lunch. Guyana in a bit of strife, losing wickets early on in the morning session after having been inserted into bat by the Trinidad and Tobago captain Salim Khan. And the Trinidad and Tobago captain has been quite proactive in the field with his field placing. We've seen him be very dynamic in his settings. Nicely worked into the onside by Yaqub. They're going to get 2. It's a bit of fumble there. Looks to be the young Darren Danaraj back out on the field, which is very good news for all our viewers tuning in from Trinidad and Tobago, as well as for the Trinidad and Tobago team. And not quite sure how bad the injury was. He does seem to have some bandage on his hand, and he's just tending to it right now, his right hand at square leg. Give you a little bit more as we go through the over. Keeping a bit low, and Yaqub playing all over it. Weight on the back foot, just pulling away as he tried to play the shot. Couldn't quite maintain his balance to get over the top of it. A nice bounce and turn there from young Roberto Badri to start off proceedings after lunch. The first over gone, 24 overs gone. And just a couple minutes to bowl that over, as the Colin Murray clock, as it's referred to here by my good friend Mr. Ruskin Mark at the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Just about 42 minutes, benefit of the doubt, let's say 43 minutes past 1 o'clock, just about 3 minutes to get through that Badri over or so. And here he is, Darren Danaraj is back into the attack. He bowled 3 maidens on the trot and picked up a maiden wicket as well. That of Richard Ramdahall out LBW, and he was looking quite good before he was struck on the back leg for 15. And a lot of balls that were hit straight back. He's been bowling wicket to wicket and varying his pace. We saw a number of deliveries he pushed through with good speed, and one of which in fact went past the wicketkeeper for 4 byes. Starts here, nice flight, and it was so quick it went down the leg side and past the wicketkeeper Cristiano and down to the boundary for 4 byes. And just one of the deliveries that was hit back to him and struck him on the right hand. He was doing quite a number of fielding off of his own bowling with balls played back to him, bowling wicket to wicket, batsman hitting in the V back down to the bowler, and seemed to injure his right hand on one final occasion. And a chance for a run out here. They try to squeeze through and steal a single to short mid-wicket. And Hetmeyer, not for the first time in this innings, calling through for a quick single from Yaqub. And a bit chancy there because you're 6 wickets down. The fielders are quite close to put pressure and got there in the end, a shy at the non-strikers end, just missed the stumps, and he could have been in trouble there, Hetmeyer. And we saw Yakub as well before lunch. He was just clutching that right hamstring. Louder shout for LBW, and a confident shout as well. It was flighted, struck the pads, but perhaps judged going down the leg side. Have a look at it here again. Dan Rogers approach, left arm through and round the wicket. And close shout indeed. Not out, says the umpire. As it is the final delivery, or is there one more delivery in the over? And the players were a bit confused for a fraction of a second if it was the end of the over. He hustles in now. And it will be the end of the over. A dot ball. So he breaks his spell of maiden and dot deliveries with one single in his over. As we mentioned, he started off his fourth over, the first ball, and another ball hammered back to him. And immediately when he fielded the delivery, he went straight to the umpire Imran Mokan, who was quickly, immediately just summoning on the physio and a replacement player when he saw the injury to Dan Rogers' right hand. I just wonder if it might have been a split webbing or just a bruised nail or so. And he was off the field. Amrit Pittiman came onto the field to replace him and stayed on until the lunch interval. So it's good to see young Darren Danraj back out on the pitch and bowling right after lunch. Badri, the leg spinner, is in. Lal does the fielding. The energetic Lal in the field. Does the fielding there in the covers. Roberto Badri, nephew of Samuel Badri, into the attack. Straight away after lunch in his second over. Nice flight. Looking to be aggressive again is Hetmeyer. Got to 43 in that round one game against the Windward Islands in their first innings. Captain Salim just trying to tell his mid-off and mid-on just to drop a couple steps back. They haven't heeded the call. Badri's wide outside the off-stump. They hadn't heeded the call just yet. Just Adi Ramsaran took one step back. Seems as though Salim Khan is trying to be proactive again. With the intentions of Adrian Hetmeyer so far, looking to be aggressive. I just want his fielders at mid-off and mid-on just to sit a little bit deep in case he does decide to go aerial against Badri. Nice tempting flight, and he finds the gap between Holder and Lal at extra cover and cover respectively, and into the boundary for 4. He's looking to be proactive and aggressive just to match against the Trinidad and Tobago field setting. And a nice looking cover drive there all the way into the boundary for 4. Bisecting the gap, raced along this lush Queen's Park outfield. And Badri concedes a boundary. None for 7 he has. Hetmeyer on to 27. And the total on to 85 for 6. And this time on the back foot. Can't find the gap as Lal pretends that he's misfielded the ball and ushering the batsman to come through for a single, which Hetmeyer obliges. But all of the play acting is over as the umpire calls over. 85 for 6. Badri none for 7 after 2. And Riyad Ali Khan was on the attack just before lunch. His 2 overs cost 14 runs. And he had a boundary off the outside edge on the offside. Induced a false stroke. He introduced a false stroke from Hetmeyer, but then put 2 deliveries down the leg side and was put away for boundaries. And what a good piece of wicket keeping here. Turn and bounce, and in a flash he had the bails picked. Not out, says the square leg umpire. Johan Williams from St. Lucia. Have another look at it here. The quick work behind the stumps from Ramanan. Nice turn and bounce there from Dhanraj. So he's flighted quite a few in his first couple overs. And after into his third over, he started to dart a few in at Hetmeyer. Seemingly a plan they had against him, not to offer him too much flight. Yaqub is on strike now, as Darren is in his fifth over. And what happens as well as another one gets played back down to the diving Dhanraj down at the non-striker's end to do the fielding. He's fielded quite a few played back at him. Over 20 dot deliveries in his spell. Which is quite immaculate considering that he is only bowled 27 deliveries in total. Might just be around 23 of those that might be dot deliveries. And they come through after the fumble from Holder. And they get a single. Just as we were talking about the dot deliveries, the immaculate amount of dot deliveries from Dhanraj. And conceding a single off the fumble, 86 for 6. And when Dhanraj went off the field before lunch, Salim Khan, the captain, came in to complete his over. Another loopy flighted delivery here from Dhanraj. And Salim Khan not just completed the 5 deliveries in the over, he picked up a wicket to make it the 4th consecutive over from that end after lunch. So just that fumble and the single, negating another maiden, what would have been another maiden for Dhanraj. He now has 1 for 2 off of 5.1. Salim Khan came in took over from Dhanraj when he went off injured. Completed 2.5 overs, Salim Khan, 1 maiden. And that wicket he picked up in that first 5 ball over he bowled. And just conceded 5 runs thereafter. So he started with technically what was a maiden wicket. But Dhanraj back into the attack after lunch, taking over from Salim Khan. It's Roberto Badri. He has taken over. They're going to get a single here, and the man is at deep mid-wicket. And a lot of space between Dhanraj at backward square and Charles at mid-on. So they get a single. 87 for 6 into the 29th over. So we're also a bit behind the over rate as the partnership now moves on to 30. 30 runs off of 50 balls, and a very crucial partnership here for Guyana. 87 runs on the board for 6 wickets. Hetmeyer, the mainstay out there, he's not out on 27 off of 45. And not for the first time, he plays another booming square drive, again in the air, and it'll go into the boundary for 4. Not quite getting on top of it, and with the spin from the leg spinner, comes off the outer face of the bat, so it was hit in the air between cover and backward point and went into the boundary. Have a look at it here again. Turn and bounce, and he's trying to lift it to hit it with the turn and bounce, but it wasn't too far away from Lal, but it was in the gap and went away for 4. So Hetmeyer continuing to try and be aggressive, prompts a field change. And Badri in a better line and length and adding variation as compared to the flighted deliveries he's bowled so far in this spell of his. When he starts now on middle and leg and a little flatter trajectory. There again, a little bit of flatter for trajectory. So having put the protection out at deep extra cover and long off, Badri is not giving him as much flight as he had previously, and a la Samuel Badri looking to push through flatter leg spinners, and As for variation, he tries to flight one and a full toss. And doing the fielding out in the deep, coming around from mid-wicket, is Ronaldo Fornillier, who is out at deep mid-wicket. And that full toss worked into the onside for a couple of runs to add to Hetmeyer's score of 33. The score moves on to 93 for 6. And 29 overs gone and a little bit behind the over 8. They make it just about 3 or 4 overs behind the over 8. As no doubt the match referee, Mr. Ramsahai Ramasar, is keeping a keen eye on. And it's quite important as well, the over 8. Hence the reason making mention of it. Danaraj continues through and round the wicket. Lifted in the air and just landing in front of mid-off. Sion Charles there. Couldn't get to it, but was looking to lift it in the air, Yaqub. And he has to be wary here, Yaqub, as a spinner himself, of that delivery, tempting the batsman to try and put it in the air. And mid-off is there, mid-on is also there. If he wants to lift it, he's going to have to ensure that he gets to the pitch of it and gets all of it. Short off the outside edge and it's in the air. Ali Khan, the left-hander, has to move to his right and couldn't quite get to it. So the pair here living dangerously. The two Guyanese batters, Hetmeyer and Yaqub, seen a few shots played in the air. And this is a crucial juncture in the game. Guyana are perched precariously on 94 for 6. And there's a lot still to go in this game. Now having a look, and Fornillier was at cover, is now retreating to about 10 yards from the boundary edge, and he is sending off the fielders out in the deep for Hetmeyer. He's dropped Charles off to a straight long off and offers him flight, and well played by Hetmeyer, realizing that the fielders are spread, and rather than try to be aggressive and beat them, the fielders out in the deep, that is, just takes the single as the fielders now come back in closer to the bat in the traditional cover and mid-off position. So and he's bowled him. A faster delivery. We've seen him do this before, and it's right through the defenses of Gibran Yaqub, trying to play him off the back foot. And Guyana, just as they were looking to inch towards 100, lose their 7th wicket with the score on 75. And Yaqub, he is now gone. Excellent stuff here from the young Darren Danraj. And a ball that he might have been forward to, trying to play it off the back foot, and the ball hits the off stump. And Guyana lose their 7th wicket with the score on 75. And Yaqub now has to go for 9. So the field was set deep to give the single to Hetmeyer, who was looking to be aggressive. Trinidad and Salim Khan decided they're going to give him that single to get the opportunity to bowl as Gibran Yaqub. And that strategy reaped its rewards. And Danraj gets his 2nd wicket, 2 for 4 he has. And the reason it says 6 overs, and he still has the ball in his hand, and he's going to have 1 ball to come, because remember he went off the field after having bowled 1 delivery into the 4th over. So he has 1 delivery to finish, as Hetmeyer has a word with the new batter out in the middle. Surely want to advise him that he has to stick around. Just get confirmation if he has Bash, who is the new batsman coming into the team, the wrist spinner. It does look to be Fiaz Bash out there in the middle, replacing Navindra Sankar from the last game. Leg spinner for leg spinner. Dhanraj to finish off the over. End of the over. Ramanan races across to the opposite end. Trinidad are quite keen to try and get another Guyanese wicket. 30 overs gone. So the run rate hasn't been too bad, but they've been losing wickets along the way. So Salim Khan, yet another proactive measure, decided to spread the field, give Hetmyer the single to try and get at the other end, the lower order batsman Gibran Yaqub, and it worked out in his favour. Dhanraj was able to penetrate his defences, get him out bowled. So the bowlers for Trinidad and Tobago, they've been spot on for the most part. Daniel Holder 2 for 11 off of 6. Ronaldo Fornilier 1 for 26 off his 6. 2 and 1 maiden respectively from the opening fast bowlers, as Badri is back into the attack. Charles was then replacing Holder. 1 for 12 he had off of 4. A maiden as well in that spell. Short and keeping very low through to the wicket keeper. Sucharan looked good for his 14. He struck Fornelia for 3 boundaries down to that third man area. Another loud appeal here from Badri. Quite confident appeal from not just the wicket keeper, the first slip can as well. And there were appeals coming from all quarters, including square leg and point, who could no way have known if that was in line or not from those positions. And it was the googly from Badri, but heading down the leg side clearly on that replay, and might not have been able to see it, Lal. The short and a fumble by Holder. They're going to get the single. Hetmyer takes the single to move on to 35. So the wicketkeeper may not have seen exactly where the ball impacted the googly delivery, but he was starting to head down the leg side and was struck in front. However, it was struck on the left pad and the angle of the delivery was clearly taken down the leg side. So a good decision by umpire Williams. Badji was just asking the question to the umpire, how much was it turning? Clearly heading down the leg side. He's gotten better in this spell. We've seen him settling down on a line and length now with greater consistency. He's about to complete his 4th over. A youngster from plays for the Power Gen as well, part of that base academy. Diving away and a good stop. Good stop there from Adi Ramsaran at backward point. End of the over. 31 gone, 96 for 7. A good over there from Badri, being congratulated by a couple of his players, trying to keep the pressure on Guyana here. And again the field will be spread. Hetmyer on strike. So there's a deep mid wicket and a deep cover. And a very straight long off. Dhanraj left arm thrown around the wicket. Generous flight and offers up a full one. Just heading into the pads of Hetmyer, but he still gets it out to long off, and Mission completed. They do get the single. He's going to have the opportunity to bowl at Fiaz Bash. Just wonder at what point Hetmeyer out there. And he seems quite content to take these singles. So no question of him wanting to farm the strike for the lower order batters. So Bash yet to get off the mark. Very interesting as well. First ball that Hetmeyer decides to take that single. And there's the edge, and it goes between the wicketkeeper and first slip. Giving chase down to the boundary edge is Adi. Ramstrand gets the throw. It's a wayward throw, and they come through for 2. But it has to be said, the slip between that one placed between first slip Khan and the wicketkeeper Ramanan, and it was catchable height as well. He's a little bit wide. Khan at first slip. Faster delivery from Danraj. Could have gotten another wicket there, Danraj. Instead it went for 2. So not sure if Hetmeyer might want to re-examine that decision on taking that single off of the first ball of the over. And 3 runs in what is the most expensive over so far of the innings for Danraj. 2 for 7 he has off of 7.1. And an opportunity in that over for Trinidad to get an 8 wicket as the score goes on to 99 for 7. Instead, a couple of runs, and off the mark is Fiaz Bash. He's on 2. Hetmeyer on 36. And a bit of refreshments coming on the field for the 2 Guyanese batters. It's about 25 minutes after the drinks break. And I rather suspect it might be a message in a bottle. That bottle of water might just be a message in the bottle about Hetmeyer trying to take most of the strike. Trinidad and Tobago counters that, bringing back their opening fast bowler, the man from Vishnu Boys, Daniel Holder. 2 for 11 he has. Vishnu Boys College. Got the ball to move around early on this morning. Went past the bat a few times. Pegged back the captain, Parmeshwar Ram. 20 deliveries he faced. Got to 3 before one of those swinging deliveries got the outside edge. And Ramanan took a quite comfortable catch behind the stumps. No slip in place for Holder. Back into the attack to Hetmeyer. Driving again as Holder tumbles over for the second time in the innings. A throw at the non-striker's end. Holder is back up in time to receive that throw. 3 fielders on the onside. Man was sweeping out a deep cover. Looks to be Lal out there. And for a moment, the long off, Ali Khan and Lal were coming back up close to the stumps, but sent back out to the boundary. And it does go down to Ali Khan, down at the boundary. Does the fielding, number 999 on his back. And they are going to come closer to the bat in the traditional cover and mid-off positions now. As Darius Batu Singh is suggesting to Lal about dropping Charles back to long on. I'm just having a little discussion with him. Salim Khan is at, there are 2 extra covers in place. It's a good delivery here to Bash. Beats the outside edge. So Salim Khan has been out of first slip. He's in extra cover just about 25 yards from the bat, and there's a straighter extra cover. One might even describe it as a shortish mid-off in that of Batu Singh. So they're looking for a drive on the up, but there's no slip in place against Fiaz Bash for the left-handed holder who is round the wicket now. Yeah, and it's a little bit of a slower delivery from holder, and I think there's just a plan here with no slip in place, and they're looking to hang that ball on a drivable length to Fiaz Bash and looking for him to pop a catch up to the two extra cover fielders. The man in question might just be Batu Singh, and he does a short ball and delivering that one into his half of the pitch was holder, as Hetmeyer just tells him, you should bowl that to me, and rehearses a cut shot. Hetmeyer, of course, at the non-striker's end. Third man fine leg. There is a short mid-on as well. Goes past that outside edge. As a full pace delivery this time from holder brings the over to an end. The 33rd over now completed, and 100 runs on the board for Guyana, 100 for 7. So 100 for 7. Adrian Hetmeyer on strike. The fielder Gelden again spread. 3 fielders out in the deep. Doesn't allow him to drive with that delivery, Danaraj. And no aggressive intent this time from Hetmeyer. Neither does he take the single. Let's see if there was a message with that bottle of water in the last over. Yeah, it seems as though a message came out with that drinks bottle. And Hetmeyer 2-dot deliveries to take the majority of the bowling, particularly from Darren Danaraj. That might have been the message. Drags it a little bit back and just toying with the bowler there is Hetmeyer as he pops one back to Danaraj. Was in the air for a fraction of a second, but he just took a couple steps out his crease. Hetmeyer looking to engage the bowler, and Danaraj was having none of it. Rifled the throw back into the wicket keeper. Not only does he bowl dot deliveries, it also means that he gets through his overs rather quickly. He's just shaking that right hand as well, his non-bowling hand. Flighted delivery, and again Hetmeyer head in the air and almost tempting them to go for the single as a direct hit from extra cover. Looks like Charles was the man throwing the stumps down as he was backing away as the ball was coming toward him to engage Hetmeyer, who has always been trying to sneak a single and toy with the outfield, and rifling the throw back in. In fact, it was Christian Lal there at extra cover, just backing away, and Hetmeyer took a few steps down the track and rifling the throw back in. Lal, and I should have expected that with a direct hit, it should have been the man Christian Lal doing the throwing. Not that Sion Charles wouldn't hit the stumps, but he's that kind of a player. Again, he is in now short, close into Hetmeyer at extra cover, just having a few words to the Guyanese batsman as the fielders come back in to keep Hetmeyer on strike. And they come through for the quick single to Fornelier. Underarms the return, and well played by Hetmeyer, and good backing up from Fiaz Bash. And it was a strategy. Clearly there was a message in the bottle that came out with that drink 25 minutes after the luncheon interval, just to tell Hetmeyer, because he was taking singles off the first deliveries of the over And I don't want to say exposing Bash, but it meant that Bash had to face the majority of the deliveries, the lower order batter, and did get an outside edge that went between the wicket keeper at catchable height, between the wicket keeper and Salim Khan at first slip, off of Danraj's last over. And with that message sent out by the Guyanese coaching staff, Mr. Bisundi Al and Rahman just telling Hetmeyer not to take that single early on in the over and starting to farm the strike. And we saw evidence of that in the Deron Danraj's over, that he wasn't taking the singles, Hetmeyer down to long off. And with the fourth delivery of the over, the fielders came back in but managed to pinch the single anyway. Holder now on his follow through, just having a word to Adrian Hetmeyer, who seems to be willing to engage verbally with the Trinidad and Tobago players out there. 101 for 7 with that rotation of strike, but Hetmeyer ensuring of that final delivery that he did manage to get strike in this over. Good delivery, speared in to middle and leg. No run. He rehearses a booming, lifting shot. Hetmeyer indicating that that is a delivery that he could have put away. But he has a role to play here with just 100 runs on the board. And again, he's working it to Charles, who fumbles for the second time. And I suspect Charles might just be trying to outfox Hetmeyer. Nice booming drive. Holder does the fielding on the bounce. They are going to come through for the single off of the fourth ball of the over. And Holder not quite able to knock that one down. It was played into the turf by Hetmeyer on the bounce. And up in the air was Holder, but couldn't knock it down. They come through for the single. 102 for 7. Fiaz Bash now to face Damian Holder. He himself goes after a wide delivery, and for Bash, Salim Khan is in first slip. And I think this is a better field than what we saw in the last over. They were trying to get Bash to push one back to extra cover or cover, and Salim Khan came out of slip and was in that extra cover area along with Darius Batu Singh. But he's back in slip now, and he's asking a Holder to deliver a short pitch ball. There's a man out at fine leg. And Holder doesn't oblige, and Salim Khan at first slip just waves his hand in the air and taps his head. He wanted a short delivery to Bash to finish off the over from Holder, and instead Holder went back to his stock delivery outside the off-stump, trying to find the edge of Fiaz Bash, and no run, no edge. 102 for 7. The end of that Daniel Holder over. 2 for 13 he has. He's into his second over, completed his second over of his second spell, being brought back in after lunch. And we're going to see another change here. Danraj is out of the attack, and Ronaldo Fornilier is going to come back into the attack. And this was suggested by our cameraman, Mr. Kadir Mohammed, asking the question, Billy, do you think we're going to see the fast bowlers come back on after lunch to try and prize out these Guyanese wickets? And Mr. Kadir, you have your answer. So Danraj, excellent bit of bowling from the young nephew of Samuel Badri, Roberto Badri, out of the attack, being replaced. Good bowling from him. 4 overs he had for 15 runs. And Deron Danraj, the son of Rajendra Danraj, at 8.1 overs, 3 maidens, 8 runs and 2 wickets. Trinidad and Tobago opening bowlers back into the attack. And they come through for a single. It's going to be a misfield. by Danraj. He's wary of that injury he has to his taped up right hand. And in fact, he's asking Ali Khan to trade with him positions from third man to point because he went down. The ball was played by Hetmeyer, who took the single off of the first delivery of the over. Just wonder if that might be against what was the instruction earlier, or was that instructions particularly for the bowling of Deer and Danraj, because he does take the single off of the fast bowler to give Fiaz Bash the strike. Might just be the young man is quite capable against the faster bowling as opposed to the guile of young Danraj, who is now down at third man as he continues to fiddle with that bit of plastering around his right hand. And a pacey delivery there. Call through for the single from Hetmeyer. And the throw perhaps at the wrong end from the wicket keeper, who was very close to the stumps, running up, racing in to try and throw down the stumps. Cristiano. The ball was dropped in off of Fiaz onto the onside, and there was Ramlan, pulled the gloves off and trying to throw the stumps that Hetmeyer, who called for the run, was racing too. But at the other end, had the throw gone in that direction, and would have had an opportunity to run out Bash, because he would have not made it to his ground. And had that throw gone at the other end, and he would have been just short of the ground. Might have needed a direct hit, because I'm not quite sure if O'Neil would have gotten back in time at the stumps to try and effect that run out. So it might have had to be a direct hit from Cristiano, which he's not averse to doing. But Hetmeyer wanting the strike. Whipped into the onside. Calls for a single, and this is going to be suicide. It's a mix-up with Bash. And on this occasion, the throw was to the non-striker's end. However, both batters, Bash turned around and was heading back to the crease at the non-striker's end as Hetmeyer was tailing down at his end. Both batsmen ended up at the non-striker's end, and that is the end that the throw went to. However, the throw should have gone to the wicket-keeper's end because there was no batsman in sight, and it would have been an easy run out. And Trinidad and Tobago, with the shy, looks like Lal was the one who trying to throw the stumps down. And I'm not sure if the batsmen were in their crease at the non-striker's end. And the ball ricocheted, and they didn't go for an overthrow. But Bash eventually made it back to the striker's end. And it's all happening out there in the middle now, as the fielders close in on Bash on strike, who plays and misses outside the off stump. So the fielders close in now with just two deliveries for Bash to face. But you could see why Hetmeyer wants the single. However, he's choosing these singles in a very risky position. Played that last one straight to Lal at mid-wicket. And you don't want to be running quick singles to Lal close into the bat. They live to fight another day. It's another run to the total. 3 singles in this for nearly over. 105 for 7. Short delivery to complete the over. A very eventful over. 36 gone, 105 for 7. So not quite getting the communication right. The intention is there, and at times not quite sure. Hetmeyer taking singles early in the over again, and probably realizing that he should not have done that. And with the fast bowler back into the attack. So he decided to take another quick single and an opportunity for a run out at the keeper's end and the non-striker's end in the over. And neither of them taken. Throws going to the wrong end. So a pair of gloves and a bottle of water comes out to the Guyanese batters. And I suspect 2 substitute fielders coming on with 2 pairs of gloves might just be to reinforce the message that was sent out earlier. So doubling up the message carriers, the Guyanese coaches, just trying to ensure that it's a clear instruction to the pair of batters out there. And rightly so, after that mix-up in the last over. So Holder, he had replaced Badri in the last over, continues on. Good looking shot here, protection out in the deep. The effervescent Christian Lal out there sweeping on the boundary, restricting the batters to 106 for 7. Guyana continues to try and build a better total than they had before lunch. Fielders now come in, and Hetmeyer onto 41 has again taken a single off of the first delivery of the over. And a play and a miss outside the off stump. One slip in place. Holder holds his head as it not just goes past the outside edge but goes past the off stump as well. And has a word with Hetmeyer. Probably telling him thanks for taking the single off of the first delivery. Charles providing some encouragement. He's at a short mid-on position. Looking to cut out a single as well and a cut-out rotation of strike. A very confident shot here from the young man Fiaz Bash. Strong in defense on the front foot. Full face of the bat. Back to bowler Holder. Batu Singh there providing encouragement as well. He's a mirror image of where Charles is on the onside. He's on the offside at a short extra cover. Down the leg side. And an appeal here. Appeal from all quarters. Quite confident was Holder, and Lal taking an excellent take down the leg side from Cristiano. Appeals from all quarters. Lal was racing up to the stumps and everybody was coming across to congratulate the wicketkeeper. Not out, says the umpire. 106 for 7. A good take down the leg side by young Ramanan. He has the gloves for this game. Lal also quite an accomplished wicketkeeper. We tend to see wicket keepers who are put into the outfield. It's a different person. Playing a miss, trying to play that cut shot outside the off stump. For the second time, he cannot get any bat onto it. The wicket keepers, when they don't have the gloves on and in the outfield, are Brendan McCullum, for example, Nicholas Puran, Shai Hope, when they're in the outfield, tend to be very energetic and adventurous, none more so than one A.B. de Villiers. Short delivery, paddled around the corner, couldn't have control of it, trying to play a hook shot, and the ball got big on him and got bat onto it, and this time Ramanan takes what will be counted as a catch and a dismissal behind the stumps for the wicketkeeper. Excellent catch from him, running back, trying to spoon it over his head. He was in all sorts of uncomfortable position here. Have a look at it, dug in by Holder, and trying to parry it around the corner. Half taking evasive action and just getting bat onto it off the face of the bat. Eventually trying to play a shot to scoop it over his head, and it could only balloon up for the wicketkeeper for the second time in the over, taking that one. And this time the umpire agrees with him that there was bat on it, and Guyana now have lost their 8th wicket with 106 runs on the board. So not quite sure what the messages would have been between the pair of Bash and Hetmeyer in terms of monopolizing strike, but that has all now come to an end with the fall of that Fiaz Bash wicket. For 3, the wrist spinner is heading back to the pavilion. The new batsman is the opening fast bowler for Guyana, Mika Amsterdam. Tall, towering figure. As the end of that Daniel Holder over comes to an end, he picks up his 3rd wicket of the innings. 3 for 14 he has from his 9 overs, and of the 7 bowlers used by Salim Khan, 5 of them have taken wickets and 3 to hold. So Fornillier is ready to come in. Hetmeyer tucks it around the corner. Now he's calling for 2, but there's a man out there. It goes straight to him, and there's no way they would have gotten 2 runs once he picked it up cleanly. And rifling the throw back into the wicket keeper. I want to believe it's young Roberto Badri out there doing good work. And most importantly, kept his eyes on the ball, got it into his hands, and then was thinking about the throw. So he wasn't looking at the wicket keeper. He already knows that he has to get the throw in quickly to the wicket keeper. And Hetmeyer taking again a single off of the first delivery. So Amsterdam on strike. Plays and misses outside the off stump. So the number 10 batsman has to face up, and Hetmeyer now coming down to have a word with Amsterdam. So I'm not quite sure. Seen quite frequently Hetmeyer taking singles off of the first delivery of the over, and the lower order having to come in and face the majority of the deliveries in the over, particularly the opening fast bowlers back into the attack. And that is too quick for him as it shaves the off stump through to the wicket keeper. And looks to the heavens, does Amsterdam. Hetmeyer is just demonstrating mid-pitch how to get onto the front foot. Well, he's not just going to have to get onto the front foot, he's going to have to get that front foot across to the line of the delivery as well as he strides forward, the tall Amsterdam. Yep, and he doesn't get that front foot forward, or he half gets it forward as the ball cannons into leg stump, almost uprooting it. And Hetmeyer taking a single off of the first ball of the over, exposing the number 10 batsman, Amsterdam, and right through him. He's trying to play a drive into the onside. It goes between bat and pad. He loses his leg stump, and Guyana lose their 9th wicket with the score on 107 for 9. And we're in the 38th over, so the fast bowlers coming back in and picking up wickets. The second wicket now for Ronaldo Fornillier. 2 for 30 he has off of 7.4 deliveries. And coming back quite well in his second spell, Fornillier. He was struck for 3 boundaries by Lomar Sicharan early on in the piece from the left-hander down to that third man area. But the area was bolstered with a third man and a third slip put in place. And since then, Fornillier has had the cover and bowled better line and lengths. And once Sicharan was gone, it's been a struggle. Richard Ramdahal provided some resistance for 15 off of 34 deliveries with 1-6 and 1-4. Lewis went for no score, and Shamar Apple was trying to be a bit too adventurous. He was gone caught by Lal at extra cover for 5. Hetmeyer is now on to 43, the same score he had in the first round 1 game against the Windward Islands, as the new batter Darwin Joseph brought into the team to replace the captain Romario Ramdahal, who is ill back at the Metro Hotel. So into this game, the fast bowler Darwin Joseph faces up his first delivery. 1 slip in place, it goes past the outside edge. Hetmeyer now comes down to have a word with Joseph. No doubt telling him that we want to try and get a single here so I can get on strike for the start of the next over, or not to take the single, so he will be on strike. I can't really tell you what's in the mind of Hetmeyer, because he's taken singles off of the first delivery of most of the overs. So secures his wicket there down with a good forward defensive shot, and in fact does stay now at the non-striker's end. So if that was the message, he was 100% successful. So Hetmeyer will have strike the start of the next over. It's going to be Holder who's going to be searching for his 4th wicket. 107 for 9. It's been 8 byes, 9 extras in the innings. 4 byes with a delivery darted in down the leg side from Dan Raj as he was trying to bowl some quicker deliveries to Hetmeyer, and the other 4 byes was a very quick delivery from Ronaldo Fornilio that just burst through the hands of Ramnanan, and not even first slip could knock it down, and it sped away to the boundary for 4 byes. Trying to turn it into the onside, Hetmeyer, and comes off the outside edge and Khan does the fielding at first slip. But he's trying to work this one into the onside, and I myself cannot work it out. It's a ball pitched on the line of the off stump. Is he trying to get a single again off of the first delivery of the over? There's a deep square leg and a mid-on the onside, so lots of room on the onside. And now he tries to belt it through the offside. And Badri is sweeping at cover. And there is a 3rd man in place as well, Ramsaran, and Ali Khan at long off. There is also Charles at long on. So Hetmeyer on 43. He's been the mainstay of this innings. And again, not sure if he was trying to, he's trying to work it into the onside because he sees a lot of gap on the onside. So perhaps he's looking for 2. If he could work it in the direction between mid-on and the umpire. He's trying to force that delivery into the onside and to look for 2. And a slower delivery that goes down the leg side, and Hetmeyer's head is in the air after he played the shot because he's just a little bit disappointed that he couldn't get any bat onto that because he's thinking that maybe he could have tucked that one away for 4 down the leg side. But a slower delivery there from Holder. This has a change-up delivery. Hetmeyer couldn't get anything on it. Yeah, and it's a yes and it's a no. It's a wait call in between. Strokes it out to Badri at cover. So there was a call of wait when he hit it through the gap. So I was just wondering what he might be thinking. But there are 2 deliveries to come in the over, so it's the right decision to take the single. So just 2 deliveries for Darwin. Joseph to negotiate from Holder to finish the over. He drops it into the onside, and there's not going to be a run. So Hetmeyer will have strike as the over comes to an end. 108 for 9. Charles is sprinting up. He's coming in, charging in there. Looking to see if he would be given an opportunity to bowl. Owen is on the field. The substitute fielder, Aidan Owen. He did the fielding. Charles was sprinting up to him asking for the ball, but it was only going to be relayed to one man, and that's the man who has the ball in his hand now, Fornilio. Comes pounding in on a short, quick delivery into the rib cage of Hetmeyer as he's trying to pull it around the corner. But that's a very quick delivery from Ronaldo Fornilio. Couldn't get any bat onto it. It thunders into his rib cage. Showing no ill effects. Not wincing at all here, Hetmeyer. He's being courageous. Not showing the bowler, not wanting to show the bowler any signs that he was hurt by that delivery. And prodding into the onside, and he takes a single. Now he stops running, and he's a bit disappointed in himself there, Hetmeyer. He stopped running halfway through the run because perhaps he was thinking, yeah, he thuds his butt into his pads and he puts his head up in the air, realizing that he should not have maybe taken that delivery. So he's taken a single. Should not have taken that single. Yeah, and he's taken a single. There he is again, disappointed in his decision to take the single because he's taken it now on the second delivery of the over. And he might just lament that fact as Fornilio relishes the opportunity to bowl Joseph. And very competently, Joseph plays it out. The Ramsaran at backward point. I'm just looking around the field as trying to confirm Aidan Owen is on the field and who has just gone off. It might be Danraj because he's out of the attack and with 1 wicket to fall and that injury to his right hand. He came back out after lunch and was well taped up. A good job by the medics to bandage him up. So it just be him might be off the field. This one angled down the leg side, a loud appeal. Brushing somewhere along the way, the batsman Joseph is looking back anxiously at the umpire. And umpire Imran Mukan is unmoved. The man from Boobies. Presiding at the Brian Lara Pavilion end. Fornilio eager to charge in. Comes pounding in now. Good delivery. Well played by Joseph. Back along the track. He's not looked too shabby here, Darwin Joseph. A bit shaky when he first started, but that is understandable for his first delivery. Played and missed outside the off stump, and Hetmeyer comes down just to show him exactly how to hold a high elbow and show the full bat face. But he's doing quite well, Joseph. Yeah, just leaves it alone outside. Just careful not to wander out of your crease. And Ramanan, wide awake, rolls the ball, trying to hit the stumps. He didn't roll it too quickly along the ground. But Joseph there, a la Bairstow style, just walked out of his crease. And Cristiano rolled that ball back along the turf. Now, had that struck the stumps, it would have been very interesting if there would have been any appeal because he was out of his crease. And I do suspect the umpire might have called drinks and the ball might have been dead. So almost having a Carrie Bairstow moment there as we do pause for a drinks break after the first hour after lunch. And Guyana 109 for 9. Losing some quick wickets after lunch. Yakub went for 9. Fiaz Bash for 3. And then Amsterdam was out for no score. And Guyana just crumbling a little bit after lunch, losing their 9th wicket. Darren Danraj was back on the field and picked up a wicket. 2 for 8 he had in 8.1. And Roberto Badri starting from the Jerry Gomez Media Center in after lunch. 4 overs for 15 runs. Showed good flight and turn and bounce on this oval surface. And then it was the return of the fast bowlers. Daniel Holder picked up his 3rd wicket for 15. And Ronaldo Fornilio 2 for 31 he has. The opening fast bowlers returning into the attack and prizing out a couple wickets. So we'll take a short drinks break here as well and resume in a couple minutes time. Welcome back here to live action between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana at the Rising Stars Men under 17 two-day tournament, 3 rounds of games and 2 groups. Barbados, Jamaica and Trinidad in Group A. Guyana, Windwards. The umpire just calls a halt in play here. Guyana, Windward Islands and the Leeward Islands make up Group B. Not everyone was quite ready for that first delivery after the drinks break. And the holder just has to return to his mark. 109 for 9. Guyana. Being inserted by Trinidad and Tobago. Turned into the onside. And so he's taking off for the single. It's instinct to run that single. And a couple occasions, Hetmeyer was taking singles off of the first delivery of the over. So it took a while for him to just break that conditioned reflex of working the ball into the gap and taking off to the single, recognizing that he has to take the majority of the strike. Good Yorker delivery. No, he's turning it down again, and I think this is the right thing. It took him a few overs to try and work that into his game. And it's not a normal thing to be doing, and you have to keep thinking all the time and counting deliveries, because again he was taking off for the single and sending back the non-striker. Even the non-striker is backing up, so couldn't quite work that out with his other partners at the crease, Fiaz, Bash and Amsterdam, but he's gotten it right here now, because with that drinks break the message came back out yet again to Hetmeyer that he has to take the majority of the deliveries. So he's turned down 2 singles. He's on 45. Short, and he's cutting high in the air, and the catch goes out to the man, and he's gone. It's caught at third man coming around. And very, very disappointed there is Adrian Hetmeyer on 45. And he just started to come to terms with taking the majority of the strike, but he has to recognize where the fielders are. And it's a difficult thing to do, and it's a learning experience for the young man. Cut it away and put it straight in the hands of the man at backward point. Trinidad and Tobago have now dismissed. They've dismissed the Guyana for 109. And is that man Adi Ramsaran, I think it is, who took that catch out there, feeling just in front of all the fans who've come out to see this game. And the KFC stand there, family and friends and cricket enthusiasts coming out to see Trinidad and Tobago dismissing Guyana, having won the toss and opting to bowl first. It was overcast this morning, and Salim Khan did make mention at the toss that they were looking at the weather around and trying to take advantage of whatever moisture was in the air on the first morning on a fresh pitch here at the Queen's Park Oval. And with that decision, deciding to bowl first and proving to be a good one for Trinidad and Tobago. He got the captain, Prameshwar Ram, standing captain for today with the illness of Romario Ram the Hall, and he was gone for 3. And Ram indicated as well at the toss that they were thinking about batting first as well. So the toss negated by both captains getting what they wanted. Lamar Chicharan then went for 14 early on after having struck 3 boundaries off of Fornilier. Richard Ramdahal looked good with a 6 and a 4, but then lost his wicket LBW to Deran Danraj, the young left-arm orthodox bowler. Emmanuel Lewis was picked off by Daniel Holder for no score. He bowled quite well in that first spell of 6 overs. 2 for 11 he had in his first spell. And Shamar Apple seemed to be very aggressive when he came out. Hit 1 boundary in the air past extra cover, and there was a definite ploy against Apple. They took out the second and third slip and put them in that extra cover area. And Apple was content to try and beat them, but he couldn't and held out to Charles. An excellent catch by Christian Charles. It was hammered but straight to him, and he took an excellent catch. Apple was gone for 5. Adrian Hetmeyer disappointingly got to 45. He batted quite well for 6 boundaries, but couldn't quite negotiate farming the strike with the lower order batters, and he was trying to put away a short wide ball and hit it in the air down to Ramsaran, who took a good catch to be the last wicket out for Guyana. He went for 45. Dave Mohammed 6, Jibran Yaku 9, Fiaz Bash into the team for Navindra Sankar, replacing one wrist spinner with the next. He's gone for 3. He went for 3. Mika Amsterdam for no score, out bowled by Fornelli, and not out batsman Darwin Joseph, no score. 9 extras in the innings, 8 byes and 1 leg bye. 109 all out. And we're going to have the changeover of innings, and we will be back to bring you more coverage as soon as play resumes in a few minutes' time. Welcome back to the Queen's Park Oval. This two-day game between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana in the Rising Stars Men Under 17 Championship. And Trinidad and Tobago having dismissed Guyana out for 109 after inserting them this morning on day one. Were bowled out in 40.3 overs. They're ready to take their turn at the crease. And opening the bowling for Guyana, it's going to be Mika Amsterdam. Salim Khan, the captain, is out there with Christian Lal to take first strike. And umpires Johan William presiding at this Jerry Gomez Media Center end, and umpire Imran Mokan at square leg. Two slips and a gully, a third man in place, backward point, extra cover mid-off and mid-on. And first delivery on target. Lots of chirping going out there in the middle. And in the over-exuberance, get the ball back in past the wicketkeeper into the onside and almost conceding an overthrow. And there are 6 Guyanese fielders having conversations with Christian Lal. They now retreat to their fielding positions as Amsterdam waits on the ball. Gets the ball in this hand now. Took a while to get the ball back into the hand of the fast bowler and the fielders to settle. Short. Good pace on that delivery. Called through for a single. And off the mark, Christian Lal. Trinidad and Tobago's total gets on the way. Just have to double check the score for you as the Trinidad captain is taking his guard. Apple has a couple words to the Trinidad and Tobago captain. As the field change is over, it is Mika Amsterdam who is bowling, not Darwin Joseph. Just wait for the scorers just to make the necessary corrections. 2 slips and a gully in place. Nice pacey delivery and go through for another single. So both opening batters are off the mark. And the cheers that you are hearing from the Guyanese fielders out there. Crowd in attendance under the KFC stand. We get just about 50 people or so looking at the game, while just over 500 people tune into our broadcast here live on Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Score now 1-2 without loss in the first over of play of the innings. Dab down. They're going to get 1 and they're going to come back for a second. Other games taking place in Trinidad. Barbados against Jamaica. Jamaica winning the toss and batting first were bowled out by Barbados for 68. One-handed drive through the offside, taking a bottom hand off the bat was Lal. And just a 1 run. Barbados are 20 without loss after having dismissed Jamaica for 68. And 18 was the highest score from Kevon Fleming, the leg spinner, low down in the order. In that total, the captain, DeMarco Scott, was dismissed for no score hole for 3. Gordon Jr. for 14. Back to live action here. Worked into the onside. They're going to come for 1. And 1 is all they'll be. Hetmeyer does the fielding. 45 runs to Hetmeyer in the first innings. Top score for Guyana in their total of 109. And the wickets for Barbados in that game against Jamaica. Zarel Harding, 4 for 9. 3 maidens in 6 overs. 3 for 21 for Paris, getting the final wicket of the innings, 8.3 overs. And 3 for 13 of 3 overs for Javed Worrell. Scores in that game at the National Cricket Centre, Barbados versus Jamaica. In the other game at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, as we just wait for Parmeshwar Ram, the captain, to open the bowling. So the opening bowling pair for Guyana, as in the wrong one, Ram and Amsterdam. Trying to get the fielding right as well, field placing right. Just go back to that Leeward Islands versus Windward Islands game at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Leeward Islands winning the toss and opting to bat first. And they are currently still at the crease, 216 for 9 in 54.4 overs. 85 for Kunal Tilokani, who was just dismissed. Fonilier getting his wicket, Cody Fonilier. Turned into the onside by Salim Khan here. Get one, they're going to come for 2 as Joseph is giving chase. Eight without loss. Ram 2 runs in the first over. Ball angled into the legs of Khan, who worked it away. He's on 4. And Lal eager to come for a single from the non-strikers end and sent back by the captain Khan, who's just shaking his head at Lal. There's no run in there, he's saying to him. Might just be putting on due pressure on his batting partner. Every time the ball is bowled, he's taking off, charging down the wicket for a single. On this occasion, the single was not on. Richard Ramdehall has a conversation at the non-strikers end with Christian Lal. A lot of talking going on out there. Loud appeal, not out, says umpire Morkan. Struck on the front pad. Have a good look at it here again. Perhaps pitching outside the leg stump. Let's see on a replay. Yeah, perhaps just pitching outside the leg stump and the bat and pad just coming together simultaneously. Might have gotten some bat onto it as well. Quickly said not out by the umpire. So Guyana prying away here, trying to get an early breakthrough, trying to defend 109 runs in their first inning total. Solid in defense is Khan. Three slips at third man. Hetmeyer at backward point. Bash, young Bash coming into the team, replacing Sanka. He is at extra cover. And Richard Ramdehall is at mid-off. Joseph at a short mid-on and Amsterdam at fine leg. Driving and he gets past Joseph at mid-on and he's going to go close to the boundary. Giving chase is Ramdehall, who is going to haul it back, and they get 2. Lal, of course, as you guessed it, is looking for a third. Sent back by his captain. 10 without loss. 4 runs in the Ram over so far. As the target now just dips under 100. 99 more runs for first inning points. Lots of whistles and horn in the stands. And almost playing it back onto his stumps, booting it away. And again the players are going to engulf Salim Khan with that one. Lewis in particular, the wicketkeeper Apple is there. And lots of discussion taking place with the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen as they escort him to mid-pitch to have continued conversation with Christian Lal as he overcomes stand end 10 without loss after 2. Amsterdam at the opposite end gets to the top of his mark already. He is ready to go. And first slip and second slip, they are situated very close to the stumps. Eventually they are going to make their way to their position. Muhabir and company, Lewis. 2 slips as they settle. In the air to gully, and he's gone. No ball signaled by the umpire. Very anticlimactic. Amsterdam was ready and willing, charging up to go. And a good delivery there. Lal just opening the bat face, got it straight in the hands of Gully. And easily accepted the catch there. The fielder in the air to him at Gully. And the outstretched hand of the umpire. And it was Ram who took that catch. Only to be negated. He's shaking his hands now. It went with a tremendous pace and straight to him. And an excellent catch, only to be short-lived, the celebration. Is he rehearsing it there? What positions he wanted to get the hands in, but he did it quite correctly, but not out with the umpire's hands out for a no ball from Amsterdam. Getting some swing away. They call through for a quick single, and Hetmeyer cannot pick up. And Lal inevitably gets to the other end. His head is in the air, hanging his head back now, contemplating if that was a good call or not, and how much trouble he would have been in had Hetmeyer picked up. He's down on his haunches now, just reflecting on his call for a quick single, but his captain responded, and both batters safely in. 12 without loss. Cannon 6. Cut away. A man at third man, Joseph, is going to come around, but such is the pace from the bowler, Amsterdam, and getting bat onto it, playing it down, fully in control between backward point and gully. And it races along this quick Queen Spark outfield into the boundary for 4. Wide and well put away by the captain for Trinidad and Tobago. It's very much the bread and butter of any left-handed batsman. Very strong in that cut shot area behind point. Wide outside the off stump. Another no ball signaled by the umpire. So 1 no ball is a mistake. 2 no balls means that there's something wrong with the run-up of Amsterdam. Because they both happened in this over and it's already cost them a wicket. And just here as well, some of the spectators offering some advice to the umpire. It's a good delivery here. And they come through for another single. This is excellent running on this occasion between the pair. There's always an eagerness to turn the strike over from Lal, and did not need a second invitation when he was called through by his captain. 18 without loss. Amsterdam almost picking up a wicket off of his first delivery, only to be signalled a no ball by umpire Joseph. A shot with Lal off the back foot, opening the bat face. Good pace from Amsterdam, but straight to the Guyanese captain at gully. And took a very good catch. Lal lives to fight another day. Looking to turn it into the onside initially there was Lal, But we've seen Amsterdam in the first game produce a number of Yorker deliveries, and again here, but not playing across the line was Lal and dug it out. He remains on 5. Khan is on 11, 18 without loss. 1 delivery to come. This is the additional delivery in the over with that no ball. 2 no balls in the over, in fact. So a couple extra deliveries. This is the final one to come in this 8-ball over. And this time he flicks it into the onside. He's going to get 1. Should be overhauled. And a relay effort. Yaqub eventually getting it in. Chase from the youngster Lomar Chicharan and partnering with him in that chase as they haul that one back in. End of the Amsterdam over, 21 without loss, 3 overs gone, trailing by 88 runs on first innings. Khan on 11, Lal on 8, given a life, scored off a no ball of the first delivery of the Amsterdam over. To continue on with the scores in that Leeward Islands under 17 at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy versus the Windward Islands, 236 for 9. Kunal Tilukani, who's having an excellent tournament, played back in July for the under 19s for Leeward Islands in St. Kitts, continuing on in his good form. Got to 85 before he was dismissed. Was dismissed in the second innings for 49 a couple days ago. And Jaquan Athenes got to 52. And 37 for LaShawn Bergen. And Jatan Edwards, the spinner, 23. In that total of 236 for 9. 5 wickets for Cody Fontenelle. And 2 wickets for Tyler Vernier and 1 for Bartholomew. Punched off the back foot here, back to live action from Lal. This will race across the outfield. A long chase for Joseph. He's not going to get there. And 4 runs to Lal, trying to match and surpasses his captain's score of 11. And the pair motoring on now, 25 without loss. Nice punch shot off the back foot there. Timing and power. So the two don't always go hand in hand, but accomplishing both off the back foot off of the bowling of the captain from Guyana. 4 runs off the first over. Lal is looking to capitalize on that chance that he was given. Lifting this into the onside. There is no mid-on. They go for 1. A chase on. And Hetmeyer, but it's going to be... Well, it's hauled back in on the throw to the non-striker's end. They come back for 2. So Lal looking to be adventurous. 27 without loss. So on to 14. 2 slips at gully. Joseph at backward point. Extra cover mid-off. This is a straight mid-wicket. And he goes just to Hetmeyer, who this time diving forward takes the catch. He's trying to work it into the onside, but didn't get enough of it. Cannot beat Hetmeyer. Trying to repeat the shot. And Lal has to go for 14. So that chance he was given, was short-lived. And he now has to go. An excellent catch taken by Adrian Hetmeyer at mid-wicket. Trying to whip it into the onside. He's diving low down to his right. Claimed the catch immediately, and a good catch it was as well. So the score on 27. Guyana crawling their way back into this game. They've gotten the first wicket of Trinidad and Tobago, that of Christian Lal. And 27 for 1. Into the 4th over. Building up to be a good battle out there in the middle. Lal gone for 14 off of 11 deliveries. And he was living a bit dangerously. He hit the previous one. There was no mid-on. He went aerial. Didn't get all of it. And after he punched 4 off the back foot off of Ram. And Ram coming back and getting the wicket of Lal. So despite conceding 6 runs off the 2 first two deliveries. The third delivery gets the wicket thanks to an excellent diving forward catch by Adrian Hetmeyer. So having a good game here is Hetmeyer. Got to 45 in that total of 109 before he was playing a cut shot. But the man was out there at third man. He's trying to lift it over as he was working his way, trying to manage through with the lower order. Lost his wicket for 45. So good catch from the youngster. The new batter, Darius Batusing. So there in the middle. Youngster Hill with a lot of potential in the zonal cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. Out there in the middle, batting one down the leg side. Plays for the central zone as well as for Presentation College in Shogunas. The youngster, he had a good knocks in the warm-up games and the trial matches leading up to this under-17 tournament. Has a high score of 74 in the secondary schools cricket league. So he's wide outside the off stump and he's leaving alone. Two slips and a gully in place. And a knock of 74 in the Premiership League in the secondary schools cricket tournament. He scored 19 in the first round match a couple days ago. Was that Premiership League in the secondary schools cricket league, a 50 over tournament. And he's bowled him straight through the fences, kept a bit low, and Batusing goes for no score. And the Guyanese are cock-a-hoop out there in the middle, and rightly so. They've picked up the second wicket with 27 runs on the board, fighting their way back after having been bowled out for 109. And have a look at the stumps there. It's all dismantled. Middle stump knocked back. What a delivery here from Parmeshwar Ram. That delivery swinging back in from outside the off stump. A peach of a delivery from the Guyanese captain. And quite rightly celebrated by the Guyanese. And all of the teammates there in a huddle, cheering themselves on. Fighting back here at the Queen's Park Oval. A venue that is no stranger to keen contests. And fighting back here, Guyana. They were disappointed in the first game with a century from Shamar Apple not to overhaul the Windward Islands total of 281. They were just 17 runs short of first innings points. And fighting back here in this under 17 series. They've pegged Trinidad and Tobago back. It's 27 for 2. The new batsman out there in the middle, Roberto Badri. As that over comes to an end, the Ram over. Struck on the paddle, out appeal again. That looks like a close one as well. Not out, says umpire Williams. Have a close look at it here on replay. Spearing in. And I just wonder if height might have been a factor in disbelief. There are the Guyanese. Not to mention Amsterdam. He's quite sharp, this youngster. Salim Khan is on strike. So Roberto Badri joining his captain, Salim Khan, out there in the middle. 27 for 2. A successful over from Parmeshwar Ram. 2 he has for 10 runs off of his 2 overs, fighting back the captain of Guyana. Two slips a gully, backward point, third man of the fielders behind point. So he's driving through the covers. This will go into the boundary for 4. A booming cover drive there from Captain Salim Khan. Excellent shot there from the youngster. Pitched up by Amsterdam. Races along the outfield for 4. Might just be one of the shots of the day. Amsterdam just conceding some runs there. Good shot from Khan. Oh, and just losing shape. Called through for the single from Badri. Coming off the inside edge, but he was unsettled in the shot. Khan just lost a bit of shape. He's correcting it there. He's rehearsing the correction. The bottom hand took over. And bottom hand taking over. And just losing his shape a bit. And it went away. The wicketkeeper gave chase. Badri was calling through for the single. And pulled around the corner. It's going to go into the boundary. 1 bounce for 4. Fighting back here is Captain Salim Khan. He already played 1 exquisite cover drive for 4. On this occasion, short delivery from Amsterdam, but it's angled down the leg side and quickly into position. Stand and deliver shot, helping that one around the corner really. And it's gone into the boundary for 4. The fine leg couldn't get around. And 35 for 2 as we have a good look. Some of the Trinidad fans, the parents there. We see grandfather of Malik Lewis as well out there in the stands. His grandson, of course, Malik Lewis, plays for the North Zone here in Trinidad and Tobago. Fatima College as well. Short of a length and didn't get up that much. And Salim Khan quite composed for defense. It brings the Amsterdam over to an end. And 35 for 2. 5 overs gone. Another shot of some of the parents there from the Trinidad and Tobago team. Family and friends as well. Siblings. So one of the parents coming in with 2 hands of green fig this morning. Quiet if we will be getting some fish broth or some vegetable soup later on in the day. She took it up into the KFC stands. Might just have to venture across there during the tea interval just to see what's cooking. Amsterdam none for 25. 3 overs. The 2 wickets have gone to the captain, Parmeshwar Ram. He has 2 slips in place. Emmanuel Lewis is at second slip and Dave Mohabir at first. And Sanka it is at gully? No, it's in fact number 117, Lomar Shicharan. Just wonder for a second if it was the number 111, Navindra Sanka, the substitute for today's game, being replaced by Fiaz Bash. I didn't see anybody from the Guyana team leaving the field for the substitute to come on. I don't think anybody from the Guyana team will want to leave the field. Currently in a euphoric state out there, 2 for 25, fighting their way back in this game against Trinidad and Tobago at the Queen's Park Oval. Calm and composed. Robert Badri on the front foot, playing it out to Joseph at point. So we lost the wicket of Lal. He was out caught at gully. Well, he wasn't out. He was caught at gully off of a no ball from Amsterdam. Would have picked up his first wicket, Amsterdam. He's very despondent after that. Tried to fight back in the over. Was hit for 6 runs or so from Lal and then again composed his Badri. Playing it down on the offside. Lal hit a 4. Then 2 off the bowling of Ram. And Ram came back. Get him dismissed. An excellent catch by Adrian Hetmeyer at mid-wicket. He turned one into the onside in the air. There was no mid-on in place. Trying to repeat the shot. and a fuller length delivery, and he couldn't quite get enough under it and couldn't get it to the left or right of Hetmeyer at that short straight mid wicket. Full toss, hit down the ground. They come for one tumbling stop. Excellent stop there by Richard Ram the Hall. And tumbling away, running across from mid-off to mid-on. No mid-on in place. And again, words this time between Badri and the bowler, the captain of Guyana, Ram. He hit that full toss back past the bowler and didn't quite get all of it. And just a single in the end, thanks to Ram the Hall, tumbling away, coming from mid-off to mid-on to do the fielding. Darwin Joseph is warming up, limbering up Salim Khan on strike, facing up to Ram. Oh, he's shaping to hit an off drive, realizing the ball was not there, and in fact it was too full to drive. Turned out to be a good Yorker delivery. And digging that one out. Good cricket all wrong from the Jamaican captain, beg your pardon, the Guyanese captain to the Trinidad and Tobago captain. And that is the type of delivery that he produced to get rid of Darius Batusing. Swinging into the left-hander. Too wide this time and playing a shot and appeal. Sound was the bat impacting the ground. It's a good look at the captain. Rams the over comes to an end. A good over from the Guyanese captain. Let's have a look at that here again. It's a bit too wide for the drive, but bat hitting the ground. And Apple was almost throwing the ball in the air in celebration, but not out, said umpire Imran. End of the over. Ram 2 for 11 he has. And just one run in the over. Badri got off the mark with that single. Salim Khan on 19. 2 for 36. Amsterdam is all set to continue, but the field is not in place. The two slippers, Lewis and Mohabir, just trying to aid Badri with taking his guard. Not that he needs any help. And now, yeah, there's going to be a bowling change. We did see Joseph limber up. Amsterdam was at the top of his mark. And bit of confusion out there. Gibran Yaqub was there polishing away the ball. Amsterdam was waiting to collect the ball and to continue bowling. He's bowled 3 overs for 25. But we did see Darwin Joseph limbering up, who then made his way across to the umpire just as Badri was taking his guard. And the fielders weren't in place. They were in a long conversation with Badri, the first and second slip. Eventually they got into their position and then they decided there was going to be a bowling change. So Joseph eventually ends up with the ball in his hand now to bowl to Badri. Nice piece carried through to the wicketkeeper. Wide outside the off stump. 36 for 2 as we start the 7th over. We just wait for the umpire's decision there. That one angled into the body from Joseph. Goes all the way down past the wicketkeeper for 4. No signal other than a 4 from umpire Williams. Short angled into the body, perhaps coming off the glove. And travelled very quickly down to the boundary for 4. So 5 now to Badri, 40 for 2. turned into the onside and called through for a single. He's looked quite composed since coming to the crease. Badri batting at number 4 in this lineup. We lost Darius Batusing for no score. An excellent delivery from the Guyanese captain, Prameshwar Ram. He went around the wicket right arm to the left-handed Batusing and got that ball to swing in between bat and pad at good pace as well. And tried to repeat the delivery to Salim Khan, who was able to dig it out. As Joseph now goes round the wicket to Khan. Khan steers it past a diving gully. Couldn't knock it down. They go for 1 and shouts the bash coming around from a third man to get the throw in, but he can't prevent 2 to the Trinidad and Tobago captain, who is now on to 21. 43 for 2. Well played by Khan. And a number of times we've seen the bowler at the top of the mark just waiting for the ball to be released to him. It makes all the way around the offside fielders, eventually gets into the hand of Joseph. And short of a length, he's on the front foot. And it's good to see as well, he's played a couple shots off of the front foot, Salim Khan. And it wasn't it was short of a length deliveries and fractionally shorter as well. But he's looking to get onto the front foot and looking to play the ball on the up as well with a nice high elbow and his head over the delivery. So although he's playing the ball on the up, he's still keeping it on the ground. There again, just a perfect example of it. Nice high elbow and right back in the line of it. A good delivery from Joseph, angling into him, the Trinidad and Tobago captain. And you could just see there a nice high elbow and solid defense from the Trinidad and Tobago captain. But that over, just the 1 over from Darwin Joseph, comes to an end. We are going to take the tea interval here with the score on 43 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago after 7 overs in reply to Guyana's total of 109 all out in 40.3 overs. Trinidad and Tobago after 7 overs are 43 for 2. And Lal was dismissed for 14. And Darius Batusing without scoring. Not out batsmen are Roberto Badri on 6. Chris and Salim Khan, the captain, is out there, not out on 21. 2 extras in the innings and 2 wickets for the Guyana captain, Prameshwar Ram. 2 for 11 he has in his 3 overs. And Darwin just replacing Mika Amsterdam. None for 25 he had in the 3 after 1 over from Joseph, conceding 7 runs. So that's the news at the tea interval here on day 1 of this 2-day encounter in the CWI Rising Stars Under 17 Regional Championship here at the Queen's Park Oval. We'll be back in about 15 minutes time or so to bring you more coverage on day 1 for the final session after tea. Welcome back here to action on day one. It's the final session on day one after tea. Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana. Cricket West Indies under 17 Rising Stars. Bringing you commentary here from the Queen's Park Oval. Players are out in the middle as session set to resume. Trinidad and Tobago 43 for 2. Some runs on over here for young Roberto Badri. Time to perfection. It races across the Queen's Park outfield. Hetmeyer couldn't haul it back in. Travels all the way for 4. Excellent shot here. First delivery after the tea interval. The captain back into the attack. Prameshwar Ram pitching on the legs of Badri and worked nicely into the onside. Not breaking the wrist, but a full face of the bat. And just working with the angle of the delivery into his pads and put away for 4 past Hetmeyer, who took an excellent catch before the tea interval at that mid-wicket area. He's driving down the ground this time. Another good looking shot. Better delivery here from the Guyanese captain, Prameshwar Ram. 2 for 15 he has. And he was hit away in that direction from Christian Lal. And then the second one he tried to clip in the air again. Couldn't get it past Adrian Hetmeyer, who took an excellent catch there in that straight mid-wicket, shortish mid-wicket position. Badri just looks over his left shoulder in the direction of Hetmeyer. 47 for 2. All past the outside edge. And through to wicket-keeper Shama Apple. 2 slips lie await Dave Mohabir and Emmanuel Lewis, who has a lot to say to the Trinidad and Tobago batters as they came out the change of innings. And continuing on after tea conversation is being had out there. They've ushered every batsman as he made his way out to the middle. And during the course of the innings as well, a good battle ensuing here. Nice looking drive again. No run. Can't beat the man at mid-off. Ram the hole. Reminding you, Prameshwar Ram standing in captaincy today. And illness by Romario Ram the hole keeps him out of the team. He did not journey to the ground either. He's back at the hotel under the care of medical staff. Playing a miss outside your stump. Searching for it. Trying to drive again. And not getting his feet across. It's too wide outside your stump. The captain comes down to have a word with him. Reassuring him just to remember where his off stump is. And he's already gotten a 4 in the over. So good comeback yet again from Ram after having conceded a boundary. 4 dot deliveries from the Guyanese captain. Short and well played to bring the first over of the final session after tea to an end. 47 for 2. 8 overs gone. The out batsman Lal at the top of the order, he went for 14. And Darius Batu Singh for no score. Was out bowled by the Guyanese captain. A peach of a delivery really. He went round the wicket, started the ball outside the line of the off stump, and it swung back in between bat and pad. And it was a quick delivery as well. An important breakthrough for Guyana as well. And 2 wickets down before tea represented a good fight back after having been dismissed for 109. Darwin Joseph to pick up the attack. Continuing on, just 1 over. Full delivery, just 1 over before the tea interval. Mika Amsterdam was ready to start that final over. And it's a bit of a delay. There was some chatter out there. And just as Amsterdam was ready to bowl, Joseph came into the frame, handed his cap, or took the cap from the umpire, handed it to Amsterdam and bowled a 1 over. Lifting this one in the air over extra cover. Doesn't bother to run. It'll go all the way into the boundary. Trying to exert his authority here in this Trinidad and Tobago innings against a very boisterous Guyana outfit out there. He lifts this one over extra cover. We saw him hit one all along the carpet earlier off of Amsterdam. This one angling into him, swinging into him. And he was swinging his bat through the line of the delivery, lifting it over extra cover and into the boundary for 4. That brings up the 50. Very emphatic shot to do so. 51 for 2. And the captain goes on to 25 with the total. Just going past 50, and now the required target, 58 runs to get the first innings points. And tries to repeat the shot here. And it just wonder how much that ball swung back in. Joseph is in disbelief as it went past the off stump. Raised eyebrows to Badri at the non-striker's end and to the umpire's direction. Have a look at this here. What an excellent delivery there from this young man. The front foot was down the pitch. It started to swing in, and whatever gap was there between bat and pad, and it just went past the off stump. Similar delivery that Amsterdam produced the wicket of Batu Singh with. This one, it is Amsterdam picking it up. Not quite picking it up eventually, as the can threatened to come down for a single. He was sent back rightly by Badri. And no sense taking any undue risk. We saw a lot of risky running in the Guyana innings, taking some unnecessary singles. And also some singles off the first delivery of overs where the tail, the lower order, was in batting with Hetmeyer. Better negotiated shot this time from Khan. Lucky as well that delivery swinging in didn't come off the inside edge onto the stumps. Have a good look at the Trinidad and Tobago team and support staff out there. Mr. Stefan Ramkisoon and Mr. John Pollard across from Tobago, working with the youngsters. Full delivery dugout. Good bowling here from Darwin Joseph. Working in tandem with his captain as the over comes to an end. Trinidad and Tobago bringing up the 50 in that over. 51 for 2. So good comeback after being struck for a boundary from Darwin Joseph. Coming into the 11 today, replacing Romario Rumdahall, as well as Fiaz Bash coming in to replace the wrist spinner, like for like, Navindra Sanka, in terms of ability with the ball, not in stature. A bit diminutive, Fiaz Bash, as in comparison to Navindra Sanka. Sanka, who had 1 for 33 off of 10 overs for Guyana against Windward Islands in round 1. He bowled it quite well. Just making the change for this game. Peeling off the edge into the turf to Gully. Another youngster, Lomar Sicharan, stationed at Gully. And a lot has been spoken about him, his performances in the trials and the warm-up game. Got to 91 in a warm-up game between the Romario Ramdahall 11 versus the Prameshwar Ram 11. I'll give you some of the summarized scores in that warm-up game. He's playing this booming drive, and again throwing down the stumps is Shama Apple. Badri was His back foot was anchored, but he was rehearsing the shot and isn't getting the left foot across to the line of the delivery. And playing and missing, not for the first time outside the off stump. He's on 10 and Salim Khan on 25. In that warm-up match, Mario Ram, the whole 11, they posted 232 in their first innings. And Richard Ram, the whole, got to 97. And shouldering arms again. And Prameshwar Ram, the captain, opening batter, got to 41. That 97 from Ram, the whole, was off of 175 deliveries. And in reply, the Ram 11 with Ram on getting to 41, opening the batting with Lomar Sicharan in that total of 327. Sicharan got to 91. And Danish Passad also in the runs got to 67. And this one through the wicketkeeper, Apple, landing in front of him. He couldn't get the gloves under it. It's going to go into the boundary for 4. Neither the fine leg nor the third man could get around to stop it. And it runs into the boundary for 4. 4 byes. Signaled by umpire Imran. You just see there, landing in front of the wicketkeeper. He couldn't get the pad behind it either. It's a difficult take for the wicketkeeper. So 8 byes in the first innings here, and now 4 to add to the extras of the Trinidad and Tobago innings. This one off the outside edge, Badri trying to turn it into the onside, some work in the deep for Joseph, who gets around from third man, gets the throw in. So a couple runs inadvertently from Badri, trying to turn it into the onside, and comes off a leading edge past the man we were speaking about, Lomar Sicharan, at gully. And a couple runs to the total. A good chase from Joseph to prevent it from going into the boundary. Danish Passad with that 67. He's in the reserves. And in that game, Romario Ramdahol picked up 4 for 26 and Jibran Yakud 3 for 37. It's a better shot, but again it's coming off the outside edge. Sicharan can't stop it. Gets a hand onto it. He's looking at his left hand now. Got his left hand down to it, but couldn't prevent it going down to Joseph, a third man, as they come through for a single. So Ram just troubling Badri a little bit in that over. Getting the outside edge on 2 occasions. Ram decides to come around the wicket to the left-handed Khan. He's looking to get that ball to swing in between bat and pad. And driving pleasantly is Khan. It's over pitched. Searching for that length. Putting it up there to get it to swing. And it's off the bat. A nice square drive there from Salim Khan. And it goes into the boundary for 4. 63 for 2. Pleasant looking shot. You can see that ball wanting to swing in, but it's over pitched and a little bit too wide, and getting that front part out. And a pleasant looking square drive from the Trinidad and Tobago captain. His total goes on to 29. It's 63 for 2. Of course, the Queen's Park Oval. No stranger to seeing left-handers play that exquisite square drive. And the pavilion is named after one such player, Brian Charles Lara. He was recently featured as well in that 2-day emergency symposium being held in Trinidad during the West Indies-Pakistan series, as the cricketing public were up in arms after losing a test match, being bowled out for 27, demanding change. And an emergency meeting convened by the board of the Cricket West Indies, bringing back some of the legends of the game, most notably Sir Clive Lloyd, to interject. And a lot has been said, not just on social media, but across the print media, as well as Joseph starts a new over. A press conference that followed as well. The media were allowed to pose questions to the panel as well. So lots of discussion taking place with regard to moving West Indies cricket forward. And certainly this under-17 tournament has a lot to do with moving this cricket forward for the West Indies, as Badri himself is forward, firm in defence. 63 for 2. We're in the 11th over. Some of the players, having played the under-19 level as well, playing multiple levels. Now, some of them featuring here in this under-17 as well, having just played back in July at the under-19 level. Nice looking shot there from Badri. Nice high elbow and good work. Looks like the captain there. Ram does the fielding, preventing the boundary and just reducing them, limiting them to a single. Nice high elbow, foot out to the front, to the pitch of the delivery. Good bit of work, good cricket all around. It's a good look at the captain there for today and tomorrow in Guyana. It's good to see the captain as well standing next to the bowler and looking to impart whatever information he needs to the bowler. And Salim Khan again for the second time lifts it over the infield and it'll travel to the boundary for 4. So he's not looking to keep it down at all. Again, another delivery pitched up from Joseph. He's doing the right thing here, pitching up the deliveries, allowing the ball the opportunity to swing. And counter-attacking batsmanship here from Salim Khan, because he's getting that ball to move in the air. This one hasn't come back a lot, but you can see there Khan, front foot to the pitch of the delivery, to the line of the delivery, and looking to lift that ball, raising the bottom hand through the line and getting another boundary to his total as he moves on to 33, 68 for 2. And this has prompted a field change, a couple in fact. So one at the fine leg has gone around to long leg, but the notable field change is out on the cover boundary as he tries to go after him again wide outside the off stump. That man, Amsterdam, pushed out. He's not all the way to the cover boundary, just about 12 yards inside. So Joseph complying and just hanging that ball wide again outside the off stump. Cognizant of that man out there, Khan. Line on the middle stump this time. Dot delivery to finish off the 11th over. 68 for 2. Khan on 33. And Badri on 18. The umpire just standing in that area where the ball has been landing on his follow through. Just wonder, he's going to have a word with Darwin Joseph as he hands his hat back to him, umpire Johan Williams. And he's just standing in that spot, tapping it with his foot and looking across at his umpiring partner, Mr. Imran Mokan, just to let him know that the bowler might be encroaching on a danger area. So not an official warning, just drawing it to the attention of the bowler, the captain and his fellow umpire as well. And Mohabir, the off spinner, is going to be into the attack. Left hand bat, right arm off break bowler. And there's some action as well. The wicket keeper's end. Lomar Sucharan is there with Apple at first slip. He was taking the pad off, so I just thought for a minute. So wondering if they're going to swap wicket keeping duties. Lomar Sucharan also keep wicket, but in fact he was just adjusting his pad under the supervision of Lomar. Sucharan, in fact, is at first slip. And there's a short third man in that of Joseph. Amsterdam at point. Badri in defense. And the captain is at cover. Looks to be Lewis at extra cover. Ramdehall at mid-off. Into the pads. Yakub, the other spinner who did the fielding there, is also an option for Captain Ram. Hetmeyer out at deep mid-wicket. And they call through for a single. Here's the man Yakub, the left-handed orthodox bowler, doing the fielding. Khan comes in to strike. 69 for 2. He's on 33. So he looks back. There's a deep square leg. And he works it in that direction. Amsterdam is out there. The partnership now on to 44. Trinidad trail by 39 runs on first innings as they go on to 70 for 2. And scoring at a quite rapid rate, 5.92 the run rate. There's one ball to come in this 12th over. Bash does the fielding to close the over off. The other is spinner in the team. 2 for 71. 2 for 70 rather. No single that occasion. Outfoxed by the scorer. Badri on 19. The scorer is just sitting in that area there, down in under the lower level of the Brian Lara Pavilion. Could just hear onto the rooftops. It's starting to drizzle here at the Oval. Very light drizzle. No movement from the ground staff. We've had bits of cloud around. It's Yakub. We call his name. He's into the attack. The left arm orthodox bowler. The score on 70. Call through for a quick single to Joseph, who fumbles it at mid-off. So Khan looking to move the ball around in the field. And on this occasion, he gets a single. It now is 71 for 2. Another 38 runs required. Cool conditions here. Cloudy for most of the session after tea. Had a bit of rain around this morning, not at the oval itself. Unfortunate so far for uninterrupted play. Thirteen overs gone, 71 for 2. Badri on 19. And Khan looking to battle long, the Trinidad and Tobago captain. He's on 35 to face up now to Mohabir. He hammers it back to him. This one in the air, and the catch taken at backward point. Yakub takes the catch. The captain has to go. Gone for 35. Trinidad and Tobago lose their third wicket. Lifting that one. He's lifted a few, but not of the spinners. And on that occasion, it went straight to backward point. So the spinner's being introduced, and Mohabir picks up the wicket of the Trinidad and Tobago captain for 35. 71 for 3. To fighting back again. Guyana's, they pick up their third wicket, trying to defend this total of 109. Top score in the Guyanese innings from Adrian Hetmeyer. Got to 45, 6 boundaries. 14 from Sicharan and 15 from Ramdahal, Richard Ramdahal. 4 wickets to Daniel Holder. 2 apiece to Fornilye and Danraj, and 1 each to Charles and Khan. So the right-handed Adiram Saran makes his way out to the middle. Bit of adjustment in the field here now. He's asking Hetmeyer to go from backward square to forward of square. And it goes to backward square, and Hetmeyer is doing the chasing. So they get 1 run. We see this quite often. You make a field change, and exactly where you move the man from is exactly where the ball goes. Ramsaran off the mark. So looking to partner on with a new batsman is Badri. The end of a successful over from Mohabir. 1 for 3 he has off of his 2 overs. 72 for 3. Badri on 19 and Adi Ramsaran on 1. Falling just short of a 50-run partnership. Salim Khan and Badri. "44-run partnership coming to an end. Barber. Successful over. So another spinner in operation. 2 spinners operating in tandem. Gibran Yaqub. 1 slip in place. And a packed offside field. 6 on the offside. The second time he can't get past cover. He's leaving alone here. Just how close was that to the off stump? Umpire asking the wicketkeeper Apple just to throw the ball up. The end of 15, 72 for 3. It's an update in that Barbados versus Jamaica game at the National Cricket Centre. Barbados have taken first inning points. Jamaica batting first. Bowled out for 68. Jamaica are 89 without loss. And DeMarco Wiggins, he's not out on 37. And Jordan Graham, 45. So first innings points yet again to Barbados. And the other games at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Leeward Islands bowled out for 238. 29 for 3, the Windward Islands. The captain gone, Theo Edwards without scoring, as well as Jordan Charles, no score. And the top run scorers for the Leeward Islands, 85 to Kunal Tilokani and Jacquin Athanez, 52. 42 to Bergen. Pushed for a quick single to mid-off. He's going to have to hurry. And that was very risky indeed. A direct hit here. And Badri would have been in a lot of trouble. Pushed it, took off. Quick to pounce on it was Fiaz Bash, the youngster. And just missing the stumps. Not the way you want to get dismissed via the run-out route. Leaving low on the ball, coming back into Adi Ramsaran. Six wickets for Cody Fontenelle against the Windward. 4 Windward Islands against the Leewards. So it's driven always through the hands of Ramdehal at mid-off. It'll go into the boundary. It was hit with some power from Ramsaran and travelled quickly to the boundary once it got past the mid-off fielder. Hammered down the ground. Flighted delivery was to the pitch of it. And poor bit of work there. by Ram Nahal at mid-off. He moves on to 5, Ram Saran, and the total on to 77. Turned into the onside, and an easy single this time. Slow to it was Yakub. He was looking across at Hetmeyer as if he was asking Hetmeyer to chase it down, and they were looking to come for 2. Shouts from the wicket keeper, and they recovered well and just limited them to 1. Final delivery of the over. Have a good look at more of the fans in the stands there, out in support, family and friends. And they would have seen the Guyana being dismissed for 109. And the top score from Salim Khan of 35 in reply for Trinidad and Tobago as they near first innings total. Going to get a single here, call through, and a bit unsure there was Ram Saran as he was calling for it, looking at his partner and tentatively taking off. And once he saw Badri responding, it was an easy single on the onside. There are 3 on the onside, and the man a deep square leg. Some cloud cover over the Queen's Park Oval. This providing some coolness to the players out there. Had a bit of a drizzle. That has gone past us. Loud appeal. And unmoved is the umpire. And Apple appealing to the square leg as well. But he hasn't picked the bail. So I'm not sure why he's looking at the square leg appealing. The appeal was targeted at the presiding umpire initially, as that one judged to go past the outside edge. He threw the ball in the air. He's appealing to the umpire, and then looking across at the square leg umpire, appealing to him as well. He hadn't broken the stumps, so it wasn't for a stumping. Not out, says the umpire. Remains at 79 for 3. Just a 1 run in the over. Faster delivery. So Yakub, who picked up 3 for 49 of 14 overs in round 1. Ball 3 overs here, none for 2. So he's quite tight with his line and lengths. Trinidad and Tobago trail by 30. And the run rate just dropping down now from when Salim Khan was out there. And it was close to 6 and just under 6 runs and over. It's now down to 4.65. Badri is not out on 20. Ram Saran is going to face up. He's on 7. We're picking up the wicket after tea. He's 1 for 9. This one is lifting in the air. And it'll go all the way for 6, just waiting for the confirmation from the umpire. It was swatted down the ground from Adi Ramsaran. Score is 83 now. Have a look at this shot here. And picked it up quite nicely. It was in the hitting arc and hammered it back to the pavilion. Landed beyond the boundary. 85 for 3. Ramsaran now on to 13. Huh? Square cutting this time, and it goes through the fielder. And it'll go close to the boundary. Amsterdam it was. It'll go into the boundary now for 4. It was hammered toward him at point. And it went straight through his hands, through his legs, all the way across this quick outfield here at the Queen's Park Oval and trickling into the boundary. So he got some hand onto it. Takes some of the pace off, but couldn't quite recover to haul it back in. So dealing in boundaries now, 10 runs in this over for Adi Ramsaran. Takes the total on to 89 for 3. So anything in the hitting arc, anything that is short and loose, he's looking to put away. He's respecting the good deliveries. And again this time he's hitting it down the ground. Another pitch stop delivery here from Mohar Berry. He's in for some punishment in this over. 14 runs in the over. And 3 boundaries in a row. One going for 6. And this time he goes past mid-off. The last 6 down the ground was hit in the direction of a long-on area. This time he goes over the offside. And they're going to drop a man back out. Looks like Bash has gone down to the long-on boundary. 14 runs in the over. 93 for 3. He's on to 21. Comes forward. Finish the over. After 18, 93 for 3. 3 extras in the innings as well. And just as the run rate was starting to dip, balloons over 5 runs and over now. Much to the appreciation of the fans there. As those drinks bottle nearing to an end. Has to tilt it all the way up to get the remnants. They've been out there all day. The start of this morning's play in support of the cricket. So with that over, reduces the target by 16 runs for first inning point. He's on to 21. So he's very quickly surpassed Roberto Badri, Adi Ramsaran. Signaling out to the man at deep square leg, just a move to his left. Fine adjustment for Gibran Yaqub. Looking around his left shoulder, there is Badri for that field change. Full toss, hit in that direction. He's going to have to move to his right. And they're going to come for 2. So he was adjusted to his left. And just look at the umpire. Yes, the umpire at square leg is indicating his left arm is outstretched. And he's indicating that it's going to be called a no ball for height from Yaqub. Just losing that one a bit in his grip. And going to be warned as well. One for the over. A first warning for a ball delivered over waist height. We saw in that game across at UE a couple days ago, Eric Richards was withdrawn from the attack after having bowled 2 over the waist height full tosses in 1 innings. Much better from Yaqub. Total now on to 96. 2 runs and 1 for the no ball. Badri on to 22. Turned into the onside. They go quickly for 1. It's only going to be 1. End of the Yakub over. 4 runs coming from it. 97 for 3. 19 overs gone. The sun just threatens to peek back out here at the oval. The members, as we approach 4 o'clock, 15 minutes away, some members just coming into the pavilion area, in the bar area, in the Queen's Park Cricket Club, just across the way south of us. Minding you as well, later on, the West Indies and the 19 players, they're in a camp in Antigua in anticipation of the upcoming series against the Sri Lankan under 19 team. Comes off the edge of Badri's bat. He just opened the face a bit as Fiaz Bash, the wrist spinner, is into the attack. So Mohabir, after an expensive over that went for 14, struck for a few boundaries. He's taken out of the attack. So it's a leg spinner to leg spinner. One with the ball in hand, one with the bat in hand. 97 for 3. So not much of a field change from the off spinner to the leg spinner. Field remains the same. It's a 6-3 field and 1 slip in place. There's some chatter there. Badri pulls out of his stance, resets himself. A good start here from Bash. 5 dot deliveries. Trying to force it off the back foot and drive it off the back foot. But it's going to be a maiden to start for young Fiaz Bash. So we have a look into the members section there. Some fans coming in. Some of the members coming in on a Saturday afternoon. We encourage more people to come down and have a look at the cricket taking place at Queen's Park Oval. That series, Sri Lanka versus West Indies at the under-19 level. 7 ODIs, bowls off on the 30th of August. It's going Can be another bowling change here. Richard rammed the hole. The off spinner is into the attack. Goes past the outside edge, past the off stump as well. So following up the maiden by Bash. It's a good first delivery here from Ram the hole. The score 97 for 3. So Joseph at mid-on is just dropping deeper with Adiram Saran on strike. 3 dot deliveries. And he's gone just very close to the boundary edge at long on. And it's hit in the air. We're trying to track the ball. And it's landed inside. It's gone for 4. So 4 runs to Adiram Saran. And that shot brings up the 100. The 30-run partnership as well between the pair. 25 runs in that partnership to Adiram Saran. That one hit in the air and landing inside the boundary rope. So the man was dropped back to long on. And it was hit to the right of him, well away from him. Decides not to get back onto this one to finish the over. Another boundary. With Ram the hole coming into the attack. It was shaping up to be a good over. A number of dot deliveries. And Adiram Saran decided he was not going to tolerate that clean bit of bowling from Ram the hole. As he couldn't mop him up. And he hit him away in the direction of deep mid-wicket for 4. Brought up the 101 runs for Trinidad. As there's just a few runs now behind that first innings total of Guyana. The 8 runs they trail by to take the lead. Fiaz Bash is back into the attack. Badri's on 23. Ramsaran went up to 25 with that boundary. Still can't get past Lewis at extra cover. More people continue to tune into our coverage on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Just over 800 views. Loud appeal for LBW's nodding his head, umpire Mokan in the affirmative. He was struck low down on the back foot and it was going to be given out. LBW. He was plumb in front and he can't complain there. Badri. Trinidad and Tobago lose their 4th wicket after having just brought up the 100. And Fiaz Bash, first wicket maiden. And pitching and missing. He's trying to play across the line of the delivery to work it into the onside. And he picks up a wicket. And his first wicket. After having bowled a maiden, building some pressure, the young man. Trinidad and Tobago lose their 4th wicket. And Badri has to go for 23. Just as the partnership was beginning to blossom. They just crossed 30 runs. 25 of which was attributed to Ramsaran. Very positive in his approach. He's hit 4 4s and 1 6. So despite facing a number of dot deliveries, in that 27 deliveries he's faced, he's still striking at close to a runner ball. And a lot of the dot balls have come from this young man, Fiaz Bash. He's yet to concede a run, a maiden in his first over, and picking up a wicket after 2 dot deliveries on his 3rd delivery of his 2nd over. Trinidad losing their 4th wicket, trailing by 8 runs. Cristiano Ramanan, the wicket-keeper for Trinidad and Tobago, is in. So the left-handed Ramanan to face. A good start here to the left-handed batter. Scored 47 runs in round 1 against Barbados. And a wicket maiden here for the youngster. The ball eventually comes in and overcalled by the umpire. 22 overs gone, 101 for 4. Guyana picking up their 4th wicket with the bowling of Fiaz Bash. He's picked up his first wicket, 2 overs, 2 maidens. A wicket maiden. Ram the hole to continue. This one lifted in the air. The man pedaling back, Lewis, at mid-off. And it just lands and stops. So he didn't quite time it. A risky shot there from Adi Ram. He's trying to go all the way. He's hit 1-6 in the inning so far. Couldn't quite get all of it. He goes on to 26. And Ramanan yet to get off the strike. Loud appeal, struck on the pad. And a long thinking decision from umpire Williams. Ramdowal just having a word with him as to why that may have not been given. Two batters consult in the middle, gives us the opportunity to look at it again. And a very close shout indeed. Couple of things to consider for the umpire was height, as well as could it be missing leg stump. So good shout in the over from Ramdowal. Forward defense, 1 run in the over. 102 for 4 after 23 overs. Trinidad and Tobago inching along now. 7 runs away from overhauling that first inning total from Guyana. News from that third T20I between South Africa and Australia. Australia winning by 2 wickets. Chasing down 172 for 7 in the final over to get victory with 1 ball remaining. And player of the series in that game was Tim David. Player of the match was Glenn Maxwell. As we come to a drinks break here at the Queen's Park Oval. And at the drinks break, the score 102 for 4. Trinidad 7 runs away from overhauling Guyana to take first innings lead. They were dismissed for 109. And we'll be back after the drinks break to continue bringing you coverage. So we're about to resume after the drinks break with the leg spin of Fiaz Bash into the attack. Bowling to Adi Ramsaran, who's on 26. Got the wicket of Badri just before the drinks break. He went for 23. A loud appeal here. And the ball onto pad, almost trickling back onto the stump. Striking the right ties, he's trying to pull away while pulling the ball. And I wonder if the wicketkeeper injured himself. Did the bat strike the wicketkeeper? This one he's lifting past extra cover. They're going to get 1. Giving chase out there is Ram the Hall. He hauls it back in. And they get 2. He's lifting it over the head of extra cover. He's looking to be quite aggressive in this innings, having struck 1 6 and 4 4s. 1 to 28. And he just pulls out there as the man who gave chase rammed the hull. He's stayed out there. And he's lifting it out in his direction again. Has some work to do. They get one. And Ramsaran wanted the strike to come back for the second. But realizing and in agreement with his partner, Ramanan, deciding against it. So the field has to change over now for the left-handed Cristiano. He's yet to get off the mark. Trinidad trail by 4. Trinidad and Tobago. Loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. He's trying to slog sweep it into the onside. The wicketkeeper batsman didn't get anything onto it. Struck him outside the line of the leg stump as well, as we'll just confirm with this replay. Full on the pad. So Bash just conceding his first few runs. 3 of them in his... have a look at the bowling card there just briefly. As he completes his third over. 2 maidens he's bowled. Have a look there at some of the executive for Queen's Park. Just having a tour around the ground. Notepads in hand. The pens are out. Part of the cricket committee there leading in front. And looking like they're going to do some assessment. Looks like a site visit. This one lifted down. The man is out there, Joseph. As we back to the cricket here. The Queen's Park Cricket Club just finished refurbishing the squash courts here, having completed the tennis courts as well in the car park area next to the pavilion. So a lot of work going on here at the Oval. The refurbishment work going on. Cristiano is out there. He's trying to build an innings. Yet to get off the mark. This one hit down behind square. Just wait for the umpire's decision. He's trying to determine if it's gone all the way for 6. Does a bit of jig and then eventually puts the 2 hands up in the air. As you can see there on the replay, signaling 6 runs. And what a way to get off the mark. Did say he's looking to build an innings here. Well, he smashed it. This is a shot he missed on in the previous over with a full toss onto his pads, pulling out that slog sweep. A full toss here for Ram the Hall. Deposited in the direction of the Trini Posse stand. And into the boundary, all the way carrying beyond the boundary. And it would also take first innings points for Trinidad and Tobago as they surpass the first innings score of the Guyanese team, 109. They're on to 112 now, and now lead by 3 runs. And the partnership starting to build here now as Ramanan gets going. Adi Ramsaran, he's been very positive at the opposite end. Just a bit of a delay waiting to retrieve the ball as it went behind the scoreboard in the direction of the Trini Posse stand. So off the mark with a 6. He was very patient. Missed out on a full toss, but he wasn't going to miss out on a full toss this time. And they've kept the man out, Hetmeyer, at deep mid-wicket. It was a bad delivery. You don't want to be setting a field for bad bowling or a bad delivery. Punching off the back foot pleasantly between extra cover And it's going to get a couple. It's going to look for two as it makes its way out to the extra cover boundary. And they are going to come for a third. So excellent running between the two batsmen out there in the middle. Pushing on. An expensive over of Ram the Hall comes to an end. Well, just one delivery left to come in the over. So far he's gone for 10 runs. The lead now 6 runs as Trinidad moves on to 115 for 4. And Cristiano Ramanan on to 9. Just a delay for the last delivery as Adi Ramsaran just resets himself. Already 10 runs in the over, 15 conceded by Ram the Hall. And just blocks out the last delivery of the 25 overs have gone. 115 for 4. It's waiting for the scorecard to tick over. There it has. The over eventually coming to an end. 115 for 4. Quite sure if that was what prompted the delay as well. Checking the deliveries in the over remaining. The run rate 4.60. So it was initially hovering just under 6. When Salim Khan was out there operating with Lal, and then Badri came into the frame. It dipped under 5, but it's been steady at around 4.5. Ramanan on 30, and chance put down there at full slip. It is the youngster Sicharan. Went for another booming shot. Was Cristiano. Got the outside edge. Chance going down at full slip. Better looking shot here. So Bash would have been disappointed. It would have been a second wicket. Punching off the back foot, can't beat extra cover. More dot deliveries from Bash. It's been quite good since coming into the attack and replacing Mohabir, who struck for a few boundaries, prompting the change. And produced the error from Cristiano Ramanan during the course of the over, and bowls another maiden. Disappointed there that he didn't get the catch, the first slip. And the end of the over, 26 gone, 115 for 4. Ram the Hall to start another over. He's bowled 3 overs for 15 runs. Was put away for 6 in the last over by Cristiano to get off the mark. Lifts it in the air and he's caught at extra cover. A good catch leaping in the air, Dave Mohabir. And he's gone in the air once too often. And he's going to have to go for 30 now. 5th wicket falling with the score on 115. He's not been shy of trying to go in the air to lift it over the infield. And on this occasion, couldn't get under it enough. And Trinidad and Tobago lose their 5th wicket. Adi Ramsaran goes, caught Mohabir, bowl at Richard Ram the Hall. And he would be happy picking up a wicket in this over after he was hit for a boundary in the last over. And continuing to eat away. The umpires just ushers the players now off the pitch. They were just encroaching on the pitch in their team discussion with the fall of that Ramsaran wicket. So look at this, the card there for Trinidad and Tobago. Top score for 35 from Salim Khan and 23 from Roberto Badri. And Adi Ramsaran just losing his wicket there for 30. The new man out in the middle, Riyad Ali Khan, joining Cristiano Ramanan. Just as the partnership was starting to build, 14 runs in it. And he was being quite positive in his knock, Adi Ramsaran. Didn't mind going in the air to lift the spinners and the fast bowlers over the top. He hit 4 fours and 1 6 before he was dismissed. Ram the Hall with a wicket. And despite having lost the first innings, they continue to battle on here. Guyana. Bash operating, the 2 spinners operating now. It's been spin for a while. 4 overs from Mohabir, 1 for 23. 4 from Yaqub, none for 6. Turning it into the onside to get off the mark. They're going to look for 2. Not going to get it. Just smothering the turn, turning it around the corner. Khan gets off the mark. Ali Khan. Trying to lengthen their lead here. Trinidad and Tobago. They lead by 7. Spinners. It was a good spell from Yaqub. 1 maiden, 6 runs, no wicket. Fiaz Bash took over, picked up a wicket, 1 for 3 after 3 maidens. And the Ram the Hall in this over, 1 for 16 he has after 4. So the 4 spinners bowling 4 overs each. And 3 wickets each from Joseph and Amsterdam. And the Ram 5 overs, 2 for 27 he has. No bowling yet from Emmanuel Lewis, who is another option, including Adrian Hetmeyer. Another option for Captain Ram. He's not going to be able to get the ball out of the hand of Fiaz Bash. He's bowling quite well, the youngster. 1 for 3 he has. And 3 maidens. And even when Adi Ramsaran was hitting the ball to all parts of the ground in that knock of 30, Bash continued to be very tight in his line and lengths, not conceding any more than 3. Ali Khan again looking to turn it for more runs in the onside. Got off the mark. Working Ram the Hall into the onside behind square. Pulling again this time. Gets some bat onto that. Wait for the umpire's signal. The signal buys, so there was no bat or pad onto that. Deflection came off the wicket keeper, Shamar Apple. He's going to get some runs here. Cristiano works it into the onside. Goes down to the vacant fine leg area. The first slip is after it, as is Mika Amsterdam, who wins the race, but cannot prevent 2 runs. In fact, do they come back for 3? Cristiano turning it into the onside. They do in fact get the third. An excellent running from Ali Khan. He turned to come back for that 3rd run, despite it being in the hands of the very powerful Mika Amsterdam, running all the way across from deep mid-wicket to retrieve that ball, and even outran Lewis, who was coming from first slip, to get it in the fine leg area. Just leaving alone. So they're looking to score now off of Bash, after he was quite miserly early on. He's back with a good length delivery. 1 leg by and 3 runs in the over. He's asking the extra cover just to come in a bit. That was a googly delivery. And played onto the onside, the end of the over. Look to see if that comes out of the top of the hand with the wrist facing the batter. That was the googly delivery. Wide open stance there. It was the leg break, in fact. 120 for 5. 1 for 6 from Bash. We are in the final session of play, and 28 overs gone in this innings from Guyana. So 68.4 deliveries gone in the first day's play so far. So just about 20 overs, or 19 overs and a couple deliveries left in the day's play. It's just after 4:20, so we will go past the 5 o'clock close of play. We are going to get some overtime. Slower delivery there from Ramdahal. Can go up to 5:30 or so, light permitting. This time he can't get past or get the gap between extra cover and cover. The end of another Ramdahal over after 5-1. 5 is bowled, 1 for 16. Lead 11. 120 for 5. Bash will continue. He's bowled the most overs of any bowler. It's a familiar shot there from Ali Khan, looking to turn everything into the onside, even though it's against the spin of Bash. cutting off the back foot. It's an appeal from Lewis, as he always does with anything that goes past the outside edge. He's at first slip, and a play and a miss. Loud appeal, not out, says the umpire. Perhaps heading down the leg side. Have another look at it here. The umpire just having a word with Bash as well as the over comes to an end. And that one's heading down the leg side. The umpires have been known from time to time as well just to offer advice to the players. It is a development tournament every time. Trinidad and Tobago accustomed to hosting the regional under-17s, and the umpires have been, when they can, if they spot anything out there in terms of the aspects of the game that they control, to offer advice to the players, look after their welfare as well on the field. From the hall, partnering with Bash in an all spin attack for the last 11 overs or so. Lewis remains an option. Just 3 overs from Mika Amsterdam as well. He's not been brought back into the attack. Fast bowler. And 3 from Darwin Joseph as well. The ball is still just 30 overs old. There's been 19 overs of spin. Just 11 fast medium bowling. Cristiano on strike. Hetmeyer remains at deep mid wicket as well. Cutting and can't get past the man at point. So it has been a slow over it. I did make mention of possibility of penalty points. So the over comes to an end. 31 overs gone. And 120 for 5. So 71.3 overs in the day's play so far. So bowling points. So 1 point take between 5 or 6 wickets, 2 points for 7 to 8 wickets, and 3 points for 9 to 10 wickets. So we've seen a couple teams declaring in their first innings in round 1, perhaps just to avoid granting the opposition an additional bowling point. An appeal for stumping, not out, says the umpire. Quick work by Shamar Apple behind the stumps. And Ali Khan Well, look at it here. He just dragged that back leg. It seemed to come up as well for a fraction of a second. I'm not quite sure the timing of Apple coincide with the raising and the lifting of that back leg. It was anchored, and then just as he overbalanced, it lifted for a fraction of a second. And judged to put it back down in time by the umpire. He's faced 18 deliveries. So in the air and lands in front of Lamar at cover. So he's rattled a bit in this over. Is Ali Khan by Fiaz Bash. This one goes past the keeper. It's a long chase here for Joseph. And he can't quite get it. It goes into the boundary. It will be signaled for. The batsmen continue running. They're not sure that it's gone into the rope. It's gone for byes. It is 4 of them. Four more to the total. Takes it on to 124 for 5. The end of the 32nd over. Ali Khan is on 1 off of 20. And Cristiano Ramanan, he's on 12 off of 33 deliveries. If you have a look at the coach for Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. John Pollard. Socks and slippers on, just strolling around the outfield. Just wiping his brow as well. Having a little bit of cool Dasani water in his hands. As he makes his mental notes as he walks around the outfield. Short and miscued up in the air, and it lands. Doesn't go to hand, and Mohabir is having words with his first slip, saying that it was closer to him. He stood, didn't move a foot. You look at it here again. That one hit in the air. Ramdahol inducing a fall stroke. He's bowling into that rough spots, and Cristiano just stood up there and looked. Thought he was gone for all money. And couldn't get to it, the man at point, and Lamar as well couldn't get to it. Continues to bat on. Over comes to the 33 overs gone, 124 for 5. And from the playing guidelines, in an effort to maintain pace of play, teams will be penalized 0.5 points for every over behind at the end of each match. So they want to be careful with the over rate here, and some exceptions do apply. Tucked into the onside. They're going to get a run here. Hetmeyer is slow to come off the boundary and misfields as he does so. Rifles the throw back in. So I think he thought the batsmen were going to settle for a single, and they ran the first one hard, as you were taught. And they were looking to come back for the second. Then he hastened to retrieve the ball, Hetmeyer, and one-handedly couldn't pick it up, ran past the ball. The option was on for a second, but at times you don't run on the misfield. It wasn't too far away from him. Full toss, pulled in the air by Cristiano, and that will go all the way close to the edge of the Scotiabank stand. 6 runs for the second time. Cristiano, full toss, pulled away, and I think the umpires are going to confer. Just checking the height on that delivery to see if it merits issuing a warning if it was over the height of the waist. So all eyes on the presiding umpire as he's on the radio. They seem to be happy with it, so we'll carry on. So it's the second 6 in the innings. One slog sweep into the Trinidad area, this time into the Scotiabank stand. Another full toss, but it's not as high, and he pushes it back down the track to Bash. So that's his first boundary I think he's conceded. It went all the way for 6. 1 for 13 he has. He's cutting away this time and straight to Hetmeyer at point and no run. The over comes to an end, and 131 for 5 after 34. Cristiano Ramanan goes on to 18 off of 43 deliveries. Riyad Ali Khan is on 2. The lead now 22. The completion of that Bash over. 1 for 13 he's bowled off of 8. So we are going to see a bowling change now. So we are going to see pace being reintroduced into the attack. I did make mention there's been a number of overs of spin and just 11 overs of pace. Just 3 overs from Mika Amsterdam. He's going to replace Richard Ramdahal. Was 1 for 16 off of 7 and 3 maidens he bowled. So there have been 23 overs of spin. No Emmanuel Lewis just yet. Another option, Hetmeyer. Ali Khan is going to have to face a different prospect now. There's a sip in place as he plays this one forward, and Cristiano couldn't get out of the way, and it was played in his direction. These 2 batters came out to bat when spin was into the attack. They've seen a number of overs of spin. The Yorker delivery there. No stranger to bowling Yorkers is Mika Amsterdam. None for 35 he has in those 3 overs. He initially bowled to Lal and the Khan at the top of the over, on top of the innings. It's a packed offside field as well. 6-3 field we've seen for the majority of the overs for the seamers. Turned into the onside. They get 1 down to fine leg. And it's only going to be 1. 4 sixes in the match and 27 fours. So left hand right hand combination as well is going to lengthen the course of an over. With the fast bowlers back on as the field has to change around to maintain a 6-3 field for the left-handed Ramanan. Pulls out of the shot outside the off stump. One slip in place. Dot delivery to finish. Just one run in the over as Amsterdam returns into the attack. 132 for 5. 35 overs gone. Remind you of the scorecard as well. Christian Lal and Salim Khan came out to bat. And after having dismissed Guyana, who inserted to have first strike, they made 109. Lal had a chance to Amsterdam, who just bowled. There's a catch at Gully, but called a no ball by umpire Williams. So Christian Lal had a life. Didn't last too long after that. He was on 4 at the time. He got to 14 before the captain prized out his wicket. Good catch by Hetmeyer. Bowling change here. Mohabir with his off spin replaces Fiaz Bash. Bash had a nice tidy spell. 8 overs, 1 for 13 with 5 maidens. Heavily packed offside field. Again, another 6-3 field with the spinner Dave Mohabir operating. This one pulled in the air into the onside. He was reaching for it. And Ramdahal giving chase. It was in the air and kept a bit low. So he had to kind of shovel it and to get it past mid-on. Rehearsing the shot there currently at the non-strikers end. Just one run. Ball just not coming through with the pace he expected. So Lal went for a good catch by Adrian Hetmeyer at mid-wicket. Was low down to his right, and that was after he was put away for a boundary and then whipped one into the onside for 2 and tried to repeat the shot. Mohabir over comes to an end. A couple changes in the attack. Amsterdam on from the Jerry Gomez Media Center. You have a good look at the pavilion there and the Trinidad and Tobago players along with coach and manager Stefan Ramkisoon and John Pollard. Down to the bottom left of your frame looks to be one Ian Wason. Perhaps coming just to have an interview or two with a couple of the players. Amsterdam back into his second spell. 4 overs now for him. Another surprisingly lift. Ali Khan surprised by the lift on that delivery. Coming off the shoulder of the bat. And Lal was trying to play a forcing shot for that type of delivery and could only hit a catch at good speed to Ram, who was in the gully. A fine catch he took, but the no ball call. Looking to try and repeat that type of delivery here. Again, surprised by the bounce, Ali Khan. An exaggerated movement as he dropped it in front of him off of the back foot. He's just shaking the bat as well. As that one hit high up on the shoulder again. Just ruffling up, perhaps destabilizing the splice of the bat and the handle into that portion of the bat. The bats that are well broken in, has a little bit of tweak in the handle. And one knee down into the turf as he's driving it out to cover. And the umpire is going to give some verbal warning here to Hetmeyer. He just tossed the ball back into the turf slowly as it trickled out. The umpire is telling him just trying to preserve the condition of the ball. Umpires don't really they don't like the players throwing the ball into the turf. Again, it's the Hetmeyer who knocks it down. Almost playfully encouraging Ali Khan to try and go for a run. He's not buying it as they work on that ball. The umpires, we tend to see throws coming in from the deep, landing up one bounce to the keeper. And we see the umpires quite often telling the fielders to throw the ball up into the glove, not wanting for it to hit the turf. And a throw there from Apple back at the stumps as not for the first time Ali Khan lifts that back leg. And we've seen him do it before. And trying to create a Caribbean Storm moment there. Ali Khan just wandering out of his crease and misses the stumps on that occasion. Full delivery, can't get it away. The over comes to an end. 135 for 5. We saw Cristiano as well when they were in the field, doing that as well, rolling the ball back along the turf in the line of the stumps as the batsman just wandered out of his crease. Mohaber to continue. Mohaber got the wicket of Salim Khan. He was gone for 35. And driving to a ball that was a bit wide of the off stump, as is Cristiano here. Out to Hetmeyer at point. Salim Khan hit his own in the air though, and Yaqub was in that position and took the catch. Off of the very same bowler. This one goes past the outside edge. And Salim Khan lost his wicket, hitting Mohabir in the air to point for 35. Darius Batu Singh came into bat the fall of the Christian Lal wicket. Not a dot delivery here. And it was a peach of a delivery from the captain, Pameshwar Ram. He went around the wicket right arm. He's hitting this one to extra cover. Powerful shot for no run. That was Ram doing the fielding there at extra cover. He was the man in question. As Cristiano hits this one in the air and it goes straight to the man. Mohabir gets his second wicket as the catch is taken at mid-on by Yaqub. And he's trying to be aggressive. He hit that one to extra cover, couldn't get a run. He hit one to point, couldn't get a run either. And this time deciding to go in the air in the direction of mid-on and a simple catch. And Trinidad and Tobago lose another wicket here. 133 for 6, and really a soft dismissal in the end from Cristiano. And he's gone for 18. As he trudged slowly back to the pavilion. He batted for 50 deliveries, struck 2 sixes. And trying to increase his strike rate. The score on 133. It wasn't going to happen. The lead 24, slender lead, as Trinidad and Tobago loses their 6th wicket. The end of that Mohabir over. He now has 2 for 24 off of 6. So just as we were discussing the fall of wickets and Khan falling to Mohabir, caught at backward point, Mohabir gets his 2nd wicket. Another catch. And it's that man Yaqub again taking the catch, this time at mid-on. And Darius Batu Singh came in on a peach of a delivery from Parmeshwar Ram, swinging in from outside the off stump as he went around the wicket right arm. And the ball between bats and pad cannoning into the stump, and he was out bowled for no score. And Badri was out LBW to bash for 23. So Amsterdam starts a new over. Playing a miss outside, just fanning at that one Ali Khan. Badri was out LBW, having struck 3 fours off of 52 deliveries. He was playing off of the back foot for Bash. Yorker delivery. Dugout. But yeah, we seen Amsterdam produce that Yorker delivery repeatedly whenever he's gotten the opportunity to bowl. That's a quite good Yorker. Yeah, Badri was gone for 23. LBW playing and struck on the right leg on the back foot for 23. Firm in defense this time is Ali Khan. He's on 4. Ronaldo Fornilli is the new batter out there in the middle. He's at the non-strikers end, the number 25. Adi Ramsaran was looking quite good. He was quite aggressive as well. Got to 30. He hit 1, 6 and 4 fours before he was dismissed by Ramdahal. And not quite ready as the 2nd slip goes into place. The 2nd slip was not quite ready either. And just out of the corner of his eyes, Amsterdam just pulled out of it. Looks like Hetmeyer is in that position at 2nd slip. Short delivery. And that one not lifting much. And it's just wide outside the off stump. In that area really where the bowlers tend to follow through. We'll look at exactly where this one landed. Yeah, more in his half of the pitch. Amsterdam pitches this one up. No run. 5 consecutive dot deliveries in the over. Adi Ramsaran was caught by Mohabir, trying to go over the top. 30. And Cristiano Ramaran, the last man, just dismissed for 18, striking 2 sixes. Put the ball straight in the hands of mid-on. Full toss and a diving forward for an attempted caught and bowl here from Amsterdam. Seemed to get 2 hands to it, flipped over trying to hold on to it and not let the ball hit the turf as he tried to gather it. Just wonder if it landed in front of him, just fractionally in front of him, almost creating an opportunity. Well, creating an opportunity but not quite going to hand. And he finishes off his over with a maiden, and almost a maiden wicket. So 2 maidens now for him. So Ronaldo Fornilli He's been at the other end of the Amsterdam over for that maiden. He's going to face up his first delivery. That one goes past the bat. Past the outside edge as well. He's driving this time. That one seemed to go past him on the full. Fornelli had a good couple of warm-up games. The National Cricket Centre, where they were having their training sessions. I saw him hit some towering sixes in one of the warm-up matches a couple of weeks ago. And with that, the long on drops out. So word of it has spread. And the mid-off dropping deeper, allowing the single. So the mid-off dropped back a bit. And the mid-on went all the way down to the boundary edge at long on. And allowed as well for Neely to get off the mark as he just pushed it down to mid-off. The fielders just retreat to their original positions. Return to their original positions. With Ali Khan on strike. He's on 4 off of 41 deliveries. Riyad Ali Khan. We're just starting to approach the 5 o'clock hour as well. It's about 4 minutes away or so from 5 o'clock, which was the scheduled cut-off time. Here is the man, the youngster, Ali Khan on his back, number 999. Just saw his dad tossing the wind ball at him. There he is, wind ball in hand, and looks like what might be his son. Looks like he's on a drinks break. He's taking a break from the cricket. The youngster in the stands, and no break here for the Trinidad batsman. Amsterdam continues. Run rate as well, dropping on the 4. It's 3.35. It's come down significantly from where it was perched close to 6. The start of the innings hovered around 4.5 for quite a while. It's dipped under 4 runs and over now. Been a stream of maidens from Ramdahal and Fiaz Bash. 8 maidens they bowled in all. Loud appeal here. Striking low down on the boot, realizing they can come for 2. And slow to take the first run was Fornelli. There it is now, the leg by signal from the umpire. And he was very slow, not for the first time, to come through for the single. Struck on the boot. Low down at the ankles on the outside of the pads, heading down the leg side. He was struck outside the line of the leg stump. But look at the amount of work Yaqub had to do out there. Enough time for them to come for 2. And clearly the reason he didn't come back for the second run, although it was a late decision to look for 2, he has the boot off, the sock off, and just strike. He was struck. It's the right ankle. Right toe he's looking at, but the physio is on. And it seemed to me he was struck on the left pad, on the left ankle. So it's a separate issue. The physio is out and the spray is out. I'm going to have a bit of a break here as the clock rolls over to 5 o'clock. 1:35 for 6. 2 deliveries gone in the 41st over. Lead 26. That run rate there we're speaking about 3.35. So it's gone under, significantly under 4 runs and over. And Fornelli, he was struck on the left pad, but he has the right boot and socks off. There's some spray being administered by the physio. He's in a bit of difficulty. He's going to put the sock back on, which is good news. And all the players gathered around just to have close inspection. What kind of pedicure Fonilier might have had done. And just supervising him, put his boot on as well. Umpire keeping a close look on the proceeding. So he's getting the pads back on, which is a good sign. The physio now makes his way, or starts to make his way off. Once he's happy that Fonilier is okay enough to continue. I'm just wondering if it might have been a previous injury, hence taking the boot off. So another Trinidad and Tobago fan, perhaps family member as well. Just checking the scores in the other game while he has an opportunity. While the cricket here has a bit of a break with that injury to Fonilier, who seems to be okay now. And that spectator would have been seeing that Barbados are now 170 for 5 after chasing down that low score of 68 by Jamaica in the first innings, who batted first, opted to bat first. And as well, the Windward Islands are 55 for 6 in reply to 238 from the Leeward Islands. Amsterdam tries another Yorker in, this time to Ali Khan, who digs it out. It's in the line of the leg stump, the area where Fonilier was struck on the boot. So we saw him take one single a couple of overs ago, very slowly down. And he wasn't going to look for 2 when it might have been an option to come back for a second. And on that occasion, when he was struck and it went down to fine leg, so left alone outside the off stump, it went down to fine leg. And he just ambled through for a single when 2 runs could have been on. As we have a look at Mr. Bisundial and Rahman, just shouting words of encouragement to his players. He's in conversation with the player down at third man, who's just down on one knee. Seems to be having a bit of a drink or something to eat. Amsterdam is back in. Yeah, just the over comes to an end. And the leg by in the over. So another maiden over to Amsterdam. Rather one delivery to come. So the umpire moving away. So Amsterdam was waving his hands in the air. Thought it was the end of the over, but it's not. There's the lady in the black shirt. She had a hand of bananas or 2 when she attended the game this morning. So I wonder if she's put it to good use. This one beats the outside edge for Amsterdam, and his response tells you that he couldn't get the outside edge. The end of the over, it does come to a conclusion finally. 41 gone, 135 for 6. Another maiden from Amsterdam. Ali Khan on 4 and Fonilier on 1. Just to return to Fonilier, that one that they could have gotten 2 runs that came off of his left pad down to deep backward square area. Had the opportunity to come for a second and made his way down to the non-striker's end. And it was the right ankle that seemed to be the issue as he took off his boot and sock from his right foot. And we just monitor him during the course of his innings as Prameshwar Ram is back into the attack. 5 overs he's bowled, he's picked up the 2 wickets. Got the breakthrough early on. Peach of a delivery to get rid of the one down batsman Batu Singh for no score. So he's back into the attack. He's going to bowl to Fonilier. And if I were him, I just want to spear in another Yorker at the base of leg stump. So if he does have a sore foot or ankle, might just trigger a reflex action to get it out of the way. If he can produce that Yorker delivery, Ram. There's adjustment to the field as well. Joseph being asked to go finer at third man. 2 slips in place for the captain who has the ball in hand. Good look at the youngster Sicharan. there at extra cover. 2 slips, third man, backward point, extra cover, mid off. 6 on the offside, mid on, mid wicket, and square leg on the on. Square leg umpire is at the onside as well, as the offside rather. He's not going to come through. There is going to be a fumble by Yaqub, who has a shy at the stumps. And we've seen the Guyana fielders at time try to tempt the batsman to come through, almost faking that they've misfielded the ball. We've seen Lewis and Hetmeyer do it on a couple of occasions. And Fornelier wasn't going to come for the single, despite the mid-off was a bit deep. But once the fumble was there, he got through for the single. I wonder if he hesitated initially for that quick single. One, because he would have been running to the danger end. And if he does have a sore foot, he might have thought twice about doing that. But once the misfeel happened, and it went sufficiently far away, and he is a bit deeper there at mid-off, they decided to come through for the single. Takes the lead on to 27. It's a full toss to Ali Khan. Can't put it away, can't get a run. You can see the fielder having a number of words, chatting away to the batsman. It looks like Bash there. A wide open stance yet again from Ali Khan, leaving alone. End of the first over of a new spell from Ram. He's bowled 26 dot ball in his 6 overs. Having bowled 5 overs in his first spell. Have another look there. The man padded up. Next, Deron Danraj there, center of your frame. And lower down there. Padded up. Looks to be Holder. Off in the distance. Trinidad and Tobago as well would be aware that we've gone past 5 o'clock, just about 8 minutes past. And the 42 overs completed. And the 40 bowled in the first innings of Guyana, 40.3 means that 82 overs have been bowled in the day's play. Not quite sure if Mr. Ramsahai Ramasa would deduct another 2 overs for the change of innings. And he'd be situated just there to the right, Mr. Ramasa. Mr. Nicol situated in the middle there of the 2 scorers, as well as Simon Arun, the 3rd umpire, in that protected area. No one allowed to go in there. Get a flash of the light to acknowledge the dead ball signal by umpire Williams. And again, there we see a flash of light to acknowledge the umpire again in that area where Mr. Ramasa is situated. And Mr. Nicol just giving us the flash of light, acknowledging the signal from the umpire. I'm not sure if 2 overs would have been deducted for the change of innings, but it would mean as we go towards 85 overs bowled, there might just be about 5 overs left in the day's play. 10 past 5. You want to be aware as well, Trinidad and Tobago, that young Deron Danraj does have that injury to his right hand, and we'll get some more details at the close of play on that. Slower delivery here from Amsterdam. So he still has that right hand bandaged up. So he is padded up and ready to come out to bat. And I'm not sure exactly where he will come in the batting order with that injury. So we might just see Holder and Charles come out ahead of him. Turned into the onside. Some runs here. They get 1 for Nelia. They're going to come for 2, and they're going to think about the 3rd. As Lewis has the ball in hand, they are going to come through for 3 runs. So Fornelia looking quite comfortable. Having said that, he just adjusts the buckle on his pad. So he looked quite comfortable coming through for 3 runs there, which would indicate that he has recovered from that impact earlier, or whatever was ailing him that the physio had to come out and attend to. So 3 runs to the total. So the run rate continues to decline, but the lead advances to 30 down the leg side. To finish the over of Amsterdam, 29 runs he's conceded, and just those 3 negating what have been another maiden, consecutive maidens from him. Was not to be. It's breaking up the monotony of the dot balls. So we have a good look at the pair out in the middle. It's a fist pumped, acknowledging the scoreboard on the tins down there, manned by Mr. Craig. Ikwe Craig down there under the Scotiabank stand. He's on the tins at the scoreboard. The batter's just looking across at the score. There'll be a shuffling around of personnel in the field as well here. Darwin Joseph just swaps places with Hetmeyer. So Joseph goes out to mid-wicket. He's going to be looking directly into the sun now. And Hetmeyer takes over from him at short third man. 1 slip in place. Bash back into the attack. And they're going to get some runs here. They're going to get 2 of them. As a misfield in the outfield. I want to say it's Sicharan there. That one went past him. Also don't want to do him a disservice if it wasn't him at cover. And he's going to swap positions with Hetmeyer now. So Hetmeyer is going to go into cover. And just in about a few seconds I can confirm if it was him that did the misfielding. As he's just been adjusted by Bash into that short third man position. That one kept a bit low from the leg spin of Bash. Omar Sicharan it was. Just misfielded that ball a delivery ago. Into his 9th over, he's bowled a number of dot deliveries, building pressure. 5 maidens he's had. I'm sure he's not one to appreciate a misfield in the covers of a simple piece of fielding. And conceding 2 runs. He's floated in a Yorker length delivery that occasion. So he had 1 for 13 before that misfield. I can recall him being struck for just 1 boundary. If I recall correctly, off of the bat of Cristiano. Did hit 2 sixes. No 4s. So he's bowled another good over here. Just 2 off the midfield and 5 dot deliveries. Finishing off his 9th over. And he's bowling with a 6-3 field as well. So it's quite commendable. And there we have a good shot of Mr. Ikwe Craig on the tins. Score 146 for 6, 10 extras in the innings. And batsman number 2 on 6. There are 3 overs remaining in the day's play, as confirmed on the tins of Craig under the Scotiabank stand. So I was correct in my calculation that there were 5 overs remaining and 2 of them gone. So just 3 to come. Might just finish very close to that 5:30 mark. On the clock at the Queen's Park Cricket Club end, perched atop of the Brian Lara Cricket Pavilion. Bowling change. It is going to be Hetmeyer into the attack. So we've not seen Emmanuel Lewis. They've opted for Adrian Hetmeyer, who has been in the conversation over the last over or so, where he was swapped from deep mid-wicket to backward to short third man, then cover. Now he has the ball in hand. Had a good look at the clock there. Just ticked past 5:15. Clock labelled by Mr. Ruskin Mark as the Colin Murray clock. We have no corroboration of that information. So Hetmeyer has been employed before at the under 15 level we saw in last year's regional under 15 tournament. Has the ball in hand here, so he can do a job with his medium pace deliveries. Both himself and Lewis bowled, I believe, a couple overs in round 1, and he didn't get an opportunity to bowl again in that game. Short and just landing in front of the wicket keeper, dying on his way through. So 27 fours and 4 sixes in the innings. We haven't seen another boundary since the departure of Ramsaran and the wicketkeeper Cristiano Ramanan rather. He hit 2 sixes in his knock of 18, and Adi Ramsaran hit 4 fours and 1 6. He had the second highest strike rate of the innings. Christian Lal had a strike rate of 117, 14 off of 12 and 1 boundary. 79 strike rate for Ramsaran. The end of the over. 141 for 6 after 45. As the current run rate is on a steady downward tangent or gradient, down to 3.13. 4 to Ali Khan off of 56 deliveries. So he's batted for quite a long time. And he's there to do a job to get Trinidad and Tobago. So they went past that first inning score and got the first inning point. He's looking to bat as long as possible. Ronaldo Fornillier is out with him. 7 off of 21 deliveries. Of course, they've slowed down as we got closer to the close of play. And just in the last half an hour or so, the run rate dipping under 4. So they're looking to bat out the day's play. And of course, with Fiaz Bash into the attack, he's bowled a number of dot deliveries. The youngster coming into the team, replacing Navindra Sankar, who had 1 wicket for 33 runs in round 1. Darwin Joseph, the other player, coming into the lineup, replacing Romario Ramdo Hall, the captain who got ill. And just the 3 overs from Joseph as well. So none for 16 he had. He bowled 1 over before the break in the morning session. And 2 thereafter. No surprise, 5 dot deliveries from Bash. These batters just looking to bat out the day's play. The score on 141 for 6. Another dot delivery, another maiden. 6 maidens for Bash, 1 for 15. And his over comes to an end, 141 for 6. The lead is 32. Hetmeyer is going to bowl what might just be the final over the day's play. Look at the scorecard there. Trinidad and Tobago with a slender lead. And the run rate 3.07. It's going to be a bowling change here. And it's going to be Jibran Yaqub. He only had the 4 overs as well. 1 maiden, none for 6. So he replaces Hetmeyer. Just a 1 over. A maiden over it was from Hetmeyer. Didn't seem as though he was getting anything to happen really. So they've made the change. And the spinner, the left arm spinner, is back into the attack. So another 6-4 field, 6-3 field rather, and 1 in slip. Yeah, they're quite content to play out this over. As we let you know, Barbados are 182 for 6 in reply to Jamaica 68. Might just be a closer play score there. Meanwhile, the Windward Islands are 70 for 8 in reply to Leeward Islands 238. All out. Was an opportunity here, and it's an appeal. It's appealing for LBW. It went past the first slip, and an opportunity created on the final ball of the day's play. Have a look at it here again. Did it come off the edge? Yes, I think it did come off the edge. The bowler was asking for an LBW shout, but I think that came off the bat, and it landed to the left of slip. And a half chance if it did come off the bat. And 141 for 6 it finishes. And the lead 32 after 47 overs bowled. And the run rate stands exactly at 3 runs per over for this Trinidad and Tobago's reply to Guyana's 109. They were inserted by Salim Khan, who won the toss this morning. And Trinidad and Tobago, just a slender lead. 32 runs at the close of day 1. And inviting you to join us for more coverage tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. for day 2 cricket here in the CWI Rising Stars Men's Under 17 Cricket Championships for the year 2025. This is Billy Furlong signing off. And join us tomorrow for more coverage.